adventure begins. Find yourself within. Take up your blade. Let the fears within fade. Stories are told as the die roll. Don't be afraid. Make your destiny will find you. Friends at your side, may the group with pride. Try as you might, you now live to fight. Monster nor foe can fill you with woe. Enemies in sight, it's time to roll dice. Roll for initiative. Check, please.
Hello, checkers and pleasers alike. We're back for the new campaign, bitches.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
We did it. We're here. We're alive.
It's true.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Beardy. I'll be your DM for this wonderful, wonderful season of Check Please. So happy to have y'all back for this campaign.
Hi, Beardy.
Welcome, welcome. Over here to my left, no, my right on your screens, which I think is this.
Yep.
Is Keni, who this season will be playing Louie.
Hell yeah.
On the other side there, we have good old Skrewy
Hello!
playing Stavik.
That's me.
Here, just directly underneath me, is Grem, who will be this season playing Valentino.
That is the great Valentino.
Indeed.
You need the grate in there. It's required.
In the bottom center, we have Shane, who will be playing Xander.
Everyone.
And there in the far opposite corner, way down there, hello, is Xeno, who will be playing this season Zu'lin.
It's me. Oh,
Welcome,
so
welcome,
excited.
everyone.
Welcome. It's good to have y'all back. It's been away for a while, and yeah, we had some good times and some fun ideas for a twisty-turny, wonderful little campaign here, and I hope y'all enjoy. So, without stretching this on any longer or any further ado, let's get to it, shall we? Or
Sure.
shall we vamp for longer? What do y'all think?
I mean, I can vamp. You know me. I can vamp for a good long
I believe you. I believe in your vamping skills.
I don't think we need to vamp. Let's get into the fucking
Let's-
story.
Let's
Do
not
it.
Let's get into here. So, since the last time we have played, it's been about 40 years since the events of the previous campaign, making the current date March 18th of the year 808 of the Third Era. And it just so happens that on this particular night, it was a dark and stormy night. You all find yourselves caught out in the rain, a driving cold rain that marks the last gasps of winter. You know of an inn just up ahead, one of those travelers' rests that become semi-famous for one thing or another. This one's claim to fame is that it was situated on an island halfway across the Riviera Cabra and conveniently located about exactly a day's travel from the main port city of Burgos in the nation of Cañas. You make your way toward this place. Specifically, we will begin with Valentino. You find yourself traveling reasonably late at night. It's in the evening, sun has set, and the only lights you can see ahead of you are the burning lamps and torches guiding you to the front of this inn. You make your way across a bridge that is spanning the western half of the river. The bridge appears to be of recently new construction and seems to be somewhat strong. But below you, you can see the waters of the river are surging with lots and lots of force as ongoing rains or snow melts from upriver have really pushed this river above its standard bounds. What would you like to do?
I'll fearlessly cross the bridge. Seems like the weather itself is preparing for adventure.
Haha.
I love it.
All right, well, in that case, Valentino, you make your way across the bridge and set foot upon an island. The island situated about halfway across this river. It's a reasonable-sized island. Upon it sits a very large and well-built inn. It's a 2-story affair with lots of windows, lights on all throughout it. And there are 2 large burning braziers in the front of the building that appear to be unaffected by the driving rains, by the force of the water.
Well, yeah, I'll head in. Seems like the only cozy place around.
All right. You make your way up to the front of the building, pushing your way into the room. The door opens, and stepping inside, what you see is a wide open area filled with tables and chairs. There are a handful of people in the space. All of them are mostly doing their own thing. You see a few people sitting at tables by themselves, watching a stage off to your right. At the far end of the room, you see a bar where there happens to be 2 people, one behind the bar and one sitting at the bar. And the only real thing happening in the room is a person on stage who is singing and dancing sort of a local folk tune.
Well, I'm going to, when I head in, I'm going to open the door. I'm not going to try and slam it to damage it, but I want to open in such a way that it makes a lot of noise.
You got it. You pop into the room. You quite dramatically throw the door back closed behind you, and people at that are going to look over to see what caused that noise. And what do they see?
Well, they're going to see a little halfling gentleman, a little over 3 feet, with a black leather shirt, and black leather shirt and pants, and this red scarf that he was going to flick off dramatically so that all the rain kind of throws out like a dog shaking water off. And he's got the other hand in front of his face, and he says, "The festivities may begin. I've arrived."
From across the room, the person behind the bar, far end, she'll turn and she'll wave. She seems to be a petite human woman with dark complexion and a simple but unmistakable beauty. Her raven hair cascades down her back in a long braid. She calls over and says, "Oh, welcome to the crossing. Please make yourself comfortable. It's really coming down out there."
It is. It's the beginning of an adventure. I can feel it. Of course, it is while I'm here.
She'll give you a polite smile and nod, and we'll leave you to take a seat or to make yourself at home.
Well, I guess probably head to the bar to get himself a drink after a day of travel.
You got it. Valentino, you make your way across the room and sit down at the bar. As you do,
directly
the bar
under the tables.
the barkeep will walk up and ask you what your preferred drink is, and we'll serve you that with no problem. As soon as that's set in front of you, and you go to take your first relaxing sip of a cool beverage on a nasty night, as you continue to sort of drip dry, a man beside you will kind of lean in close. He appears to be a human male, a little past middle age, and as round as can be. His face is a blush of color, and there are smile lines worn into his face. His short white hair falls haphazardly across his head, and wisps of facial hair frame his chubby face. Hell of a night, huh?
Well, it's pretty average for my tastes.
It's raining cats and dogs out there, don't you think?
You must not travel much. I've seen much worse.
Well, traveling is part of what I do. He'll move his hand up and touch the edges of a holy symbol that sort of appears out of his shirt. It appears to be a little scroll with some stacked coins around it. If you have knowledge religion, you're welcome to roll it. If you want to try to recognize the specific god that this man worships.
I don't think I do. Can I roll it untrained, or is it?
Yeah, it's a common knowledge. You can roll it untrained. Yeah, you recognize it as the holy symbol of Shamish, the god of travel and luck.
That was a 20 for the podcast.
Yes. I think I'm just going to make a mental note of that, and if I am short on cash later in the evening, I know where to get some.
Oh no!
I mean, whatever works, right?
Oh no!
So this rather rotund man will happily engage you in light conversation for as long as you'll tolerate it.
I mean, Valentino's pretty tolerant about conversation. He's quick to turn it about himself. Pretty much every opportunity.
Well, in that case, while he is jawing away at you, we'll
I
move
do actually
on.
have
Oh, go ahead,
question.
please.
So how
Yeah.
does this gentleman, is he like a dedicated man of the faith? Does that kind of come out?
Yeah, he does introduce, if you pry at all, he'll claim that he is in fact a man of the cloth.
Okay.
And he goes around venerating Shamish and traveling to meet the ideals of his god.
Does Valentino having a sort of casual attitude about the gods in general seem to bother him?
Not particularly. He seems a bit unbotherable, actually.
Yeah, I would imagine.
You think it might be partially because maybe he's a little bit drunk already, but yeah, he just doesn't seem to be much in the way of actually being perturbed by any particular opinions about his gods or gods in general.
Good.
But yeah, you get the sense that he's maybe only 3/4 listening to you. He's partially drunk, but yeah.
He's lost.
So as you continue, that will take us on to, I believe, unless I am mistaken, the next would be Louie.
Don't know.
So, what? Oh, okay.
I mean, I believe it was Zu'lin from your list.
Was
but...
it Zu'lin from my list? See, the problem is I moved people and that people. Anyway. Anyway.
You have to remember your own list, my dearest.
I have to remember my own lists.
Or don't, and just pretend you did.
Or don't
That's
pretend
true.
I do.
You can just say whatever. We don't have to stick to whatever you thought at first.
You're absolutely right. Zu'lin, as you step across a bridge, you see this bridge is rickety. It is old. It has been here for probably 20 plus 30 years, maybe somewhere around there. And it sits a bit low to the water. It sags in certain places. Some of the boards are quite warped. And the rain and water has made it a bit of a slick mess. So you do your best to cross this bridge without slipping into the surging flood waters below you. And as you travel across this bridge, you can see that it is carrying quite a lot of detritus with it. There's these large branches and in some cases entire trees being swept underneath you. You believe that if this river swells much higher, it might reach the bottom of this bridge and perhaps cause some damage. And yeah, luckily you make it across the bridge with no real problems, and ahead of you, peeking through the rain and dark, you can see two braziers sitting in front of a building that are just undisturbed by the water, as if they're not even really real flames. Like the flames themselves are magical somehow.
Right, some kind of enchantment.
Yeah, like some kind of sort of enchantment. If you'd like to make a spellcraft or something to that nature, you're welcome to attempt to identify the kind of enchantment that could be on those.
Well, first Zu'lin will trudge across this bridge. He's wheeling his alchemical set behind him. And I'd like to kind of like press whatever posts
Mhm.
these bridges are attached to. Is it post? Is it rope?
You said on the bridge?
Or the bridge, yeah. Or is it
Uh,
like is it made into the ground?
It's made into the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, it's and this is a rather old one too, so it might have been well built at a time, but lack of service and repair and upkeep on it has left it in a bit of an odd state.
Okay. Well, in that case, Zu'lin will continue on his way towards this building that he sees.
Okay.
We'll walk down this path.
Yeah, that's fine. You head on down that path, and on the way you pass a sign that says, "The Crossing Inn. All are welcome."
So, as interested as Zu'lin is in these flames, it's a pretty good downpour. So,
Oh,
I'd
yeah.
like to get my sets
Indeed.
inside.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll approach this door and give it 2 firm knocks before opening up the door.
You knock on it twice loudly and then open the door. It opens with no problem, and you can step yourself and pull your supplies into the building with you. Noticing that there's already a fair puddle there at the front of the building where other people have recently entered.
Pardon my intrusion. Is this locale open with vacancies?
The bartender will wave politely and say, "Oh, of course, it's no problem. It's really raining out there. Just put your stuff anywhere. Get dried off by the fire. Welcome."
Is the cart okay to remain inside?
Oh, of course. You can just put it against the wall there. That's absolutely fine. There's plenty of space.
All right. Yeah. So he'll bring that cart into the corner of the room.
And yeah, and so as Zu'lin, as you put the cart away, the rest of the people in this building are going to be somewhat curious about the individual who just came inside. So they're all going to look over, and what do they see?
So what they see is a individual clad in leathers that are a bit darker. There's a plague mask, which is the most prominent thing, a black plague mask. Black leather, kind of blacksmithing kind of apron, as well as cloth wear underneath. And on top of the plague mask, on top of his head, is also a sun hat of kind of like a Japanese kind of styled.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, luckily, because of all of the various layers you have, it's kept the water out. Although it's still not comfortable outside, but at least you yourself are not like a soaking mess. That's good.
True. Yeah, because that
Lucky.
hat is going to block off a lot of it. My splash-resistant kind of leather is
Mhm.
helping there.
I have
So,
a question.
yes.
Does it smell different in here when Zu'lin enters?
You're asking if Zu'lin smells the very
Wow.
first
Is
I
thing.
he a
imagine that when he
stinky
brings
boy?
that cart in, the whole place is like vinegary. Just like, what is that? What is that?
Well, I guess that's an interesting question, Zu'lin.
Do you
would
stink?
your alchemical cart have an obscene odor?
I feel like some of the odors would cancel each other out. If you get close to it, it probably has this kind of weird sterile to quote-unquote modern clean kind of smell that's like
Mhm.
overbearing. But I don't think since there's no experiments that are currently in operation, it's not exuding any like fumes.
I think he's got health
Prominently.
potions in there and he's just got 40 bottles of OxyClean.
Well,
Mm.
Zu'lin, after you
At
put
least
away...
it doesn't smell like axe. Like you're...
Mhm. That's true. Well, Zu'lin, as you put away your things and step into the wider part of the room there, you can see that there's a number of people in the space. There is 2 people at the bar having an idle conversation. There's a barkeep who is trying to keep them well in their drinks. There are 2 people sitting by themselves at 2 different tables, both of them kind of lazily watching the stage, where there appears to be maybe a bard of some kind performing like a folk song that you're not entirely familiar with, but the performance isn't exactly what you would consider great.
Okay, so I can see there's no reason to really watch the stage then. So Zu'lin's going to go over to the bar currently.
Okay.
but he'll step to the side of where Valentino is here,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll ask the bartender for a drink.
Of course. The bartender will move over and assist you with whatever you require. They have a large selections of meads, ales, and wines in this place.
Any ale or mead would be fine.
You got it. And a moment later, a frothy mug will be set in front of you that appears to be a local like a barley mead. No, sorry, not a mead, a barley ale. It's like a nice, full-bodied ale with a heavy head on top.
So Zu'lin will extend his arm and take out a device from his glove, and for it to just look like a straw, and he'll slightly curl down a portion of his mask, kind of where his chin is, and he'll start drinking the drink.
He's like a hummingbird. Where's hummingbird?
Imagine a huge long tongue.
Goes into the straw.
Horror.
Body horror is Xeno's favorite.
As Zu'lin is taking a sip out of this, that is, of course, going to get the interest of both the bartender and the rotund man at the bar, as they both kind of watch in morbid curiosity of Zu'lin's process of drinking.
Does not bother Zu'lin.
Yeah, they're.
There's Valentino. How do I get attention back on me?
Plenty of
How
ways.
do I drink dramatically without being obnoxious?
Another.
You know, I think that another ale.
You got it. So the barkeep will sort of be snapped out of her stupor, and will go back to preparing more drink for you. And as that is going on, yet another one of our wonderful friends will step onto the scene. Louie, moving out in this place it's raining like crazy. The kind of rain that you've scarcely seen before in your life. It is truly just coming down in sheets. You are soaked, and it is awful out here. It's dark. You can see a couple of lights off in the distance. You're crossing this bridge that you swear is going to collapse at any second. It's just...
To say the least, that he's almost like ready to crawl in case anything happens.
Aww.
Like his hands are out and he is just aware of every step he's taking as he crosses it.
Well, you make it across with no problem. Heading down a paved little pathway toward this large inn with two bright glowing braziers in front of the building to attract in people. You push your way in through the door and get out of the just downpour. You're sopping wet as you are immediately standing in the puddles of previous people who have entered but a moment before.
Okay.
The barkeep will turn and wave. Welcome to the crossing. Feel free to put any wet clothes up. There's fires if you want to dry out. Just make yourself comfortable wherever.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And he'll go to approach the bar, the bar in general.
Yeah.
Excuse me, is it possible to have a room, food? Can I hang out by that fire?
Oh, of course. We have plenty of room. Lots of beds are here, and we'd have some stew that I have going. I can get you some of that if that's all right.
Yeah.
And you're of course free to sit by any of the fires you'd like. We have 2 fireplaces out here in the main area, and there's plenty of seating wherever you'd like to go. Welcome.
Thank you, Miss.
Miri. Most folks call me Miri.
Thank you, Mary. I'm gonna go stand by that fire now. Thank you.
You got it.
And he walks over to a fireplace and chills out and tries to dry off his damp clothing. To say the least that he looks like a drowned rat right now is an understatement. He looks pitiful.
Yeah. Speaking of, how does Louie look?
So he is a short human man with short reddish brown shaggy hair, and he has like a single purple streak on the right side of his hair near his right eye. It appears like he tries to tame it, but it's soaked right now, so it's all just kind of down. But you can already see kind of curls appearing just ever so slightly just from the hair drying. And there are scars all over his face and fingers. He's wearing kind of this light pinkish lavender undershirt with a pop collar. He has kind of a tunic that ends at a V on top of that has a washed out purple collar. He has a leather pauldron on his right arm. He kind of keeps his right arm bent, held at his belt at all times. He's wearing leather bracers on both arms. And, you know, he has chaps on with black pants underneath and some other boots. And, of course, too tied all together, a purple velvety half cloak attached to his right shoulder as well as the pauldron.
And all of that is soaked through.
Yeah, he's a damp boy.
Luckily, there are pegs driven into the mantle over top of the fireplace here for hanging wet clothes. So if you
he
want
only
to,
takes off his half cloak to dry there.
You got it. So you swing your half cloak off, hang it beside the mantle or on the mantle peg, and get near the blessedly warm fireplace.
Yeah, you can kind of see steam coming off of him as the water starts to evaporate from the heat.
And the only sound aside from the crackle of the fire is sort of a bit of a hushed conversation taking place behind you at the bar. But then beyond that, you can hear someone who is attempting to sing, but they're not really hitting the right notes. You think you recognize the folk song that it's supposed to be, but it's not exactly a good rendition of it.
He's not picky, so he just kind of shrugs and continues to dry himself off.
You got it. So as you continue to dry yourself off, that will take us to yet another traveler on this dreary night. Stavik, you are crossing a bridge nearby. It is of high quality. It looks like it's newer, almost probably within the last 2 years. You think this bridge was built? It's beautiful. It has a high arc above the river, and you can look down and see the river from where you're at, and it is a mess down there. The river is surging. You can see trees being pushed under you from areas that have been completely flooded out upstream. And
this is an island, right?
Yeah, this is an island. That's correct.
Who puts a bar on an island?
I mean, it's like an
Actually,
inn.
a lot of people go to Wisconsin.
Yeah, there's lots of inns on islands.
Inns, bars,
It's a big island.
houses.
Yeah,
Who doesn't want to be on an island?
People love
Okay,
islands.
I wouldn't mind. Okay.
Let me zoom out a little bit.
It would be very, very, very scenic. Just anyway.
Let me zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
So there's a big river here, right?
Yeah.
The river Cabra is its name.
Okay.
And the river is pretty wide. It's so wide that it would be difficult to build a bridge across it. But there's a spot where there's an island, and that spot is right in the middle of the river. So it's a great spot to build 2 bridges to be able to cross.
Because otherwise it would be like it would dip down so far.
It would be a dangerous bridge.
It would be a very difficult
Got
to
it.
construct and expensive bridge, so it's much cheaper to build these 2 smaller bridges and connect to this island. Well, the island's also big enough and tall enough out of the water that it's relatively flat, so it's a great place to construct something. So, the people that owned this land decided to build an inn here, since it's also about a day's travel from this location to the big city nearby. So most people can stop here, rest for the night, and then 1 more day's travel will get you to the big city.
To the big city.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay.
So yeah, so this inn kind of cropped up here over time. So that's why it's here on an island. It just so happens to be a really nasty storm
Got it.
tonight.
Okay.
Which is causing the river to swell significantly. Now, it doesn't look like it's in any danger of reaching the top of this island.
Okay.
It would have, but the bridges have some support structure underneath them, which could possibly be knocked out. So, the bridges are in bigger danger than anything else.
Well, it seems well built. I do not like all those trees growing underneath, but it should be fine.
Yeah, but as you travel through the dark of the night, you have the sound of water pinging on your armor is about the only real sound to travel with you.
So Stavik, he has his shield
Mhm.
like this, so it's kind of it's just ping 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 ping
Aw.
ping 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 ping.
Oh.
Abuela.
And he's making his way across.
Yeah,
Just
go for it.
He has his so as he sees the front door, he kind of gives a calculated look, looks one way towards the looks off to the other way, like to where on to the other to the day's trip. It's like oh, and he'll nervously kind of walk up to the not to the door, but to the window to the side.
Okay.
He's gonna look in.
Yeah, you walk up to the window, and looking inside the window and pressing your face up against it, you see a comfortable tavern drinking room. You see a couple of tables. There are people sitting at them, one at each of these two tables near you. They're both kind of boredly watching a stage, where there's someone on the stage who you can't really hear them, but you can see them, and they're trying to dance, but they're like tripping over their own feet.
They can't even dance.
They're trying to dance, and they're doing a
No.
really bad job of it. So
Leave
they're
her alone.
Poor girl.
Oh, is that poor girl?
I'm glad I came in early when there was nice to her. I feel like
Yeah,
that was more accurate to my interpretation.
So yeah, you see this person who can't quite dance very well, that's trying to entertain these two people who, as I said, look kind of bored watching the stage. But from there, you can also see in the far distance of the room there appears to be a bar with a couple of people sitting at the bar drinking, and a barkeep on the other side of the bar servicing the three of them.
He's gonna go to the other side of the door to see if there's an because he can only see a little bit. He's going to check the other
Sure.
window.
Okay. You go and check the other window out. Looking out this one,
Okay.
you can see better into the room at least on the eastern side of the room, and you get a better shot of the bar from here. You can see there's a kind of a larger man with a very blushed face. He has that kind of face of a person who's been drinking for a while. Has kind of a pudgy complexion to him, I guess, at this point.
Yeah.
You see a halfling sitting beside him. The two of them are engaged in some kind of conversation, and then beside the halfling is a person dressed in all of this kind of black leather clothing with a strange beak mask.
I turn around. There's a non-diegetic static noise as it zooms into my face as I look straight at your soul.
There's a crash zoom on Zu'lin's face.
I'm just
I'll
imagining.
add it in
Then
post.
we get the zoom of Stavik looking through the window as this hooded figure. We're a bunch of fucking serial killers here, aren't we?
Yeah. Can we get a crash zoom on the
Anyway.
camera there?
Just give me a second.
Okay, thank you.
Let me try this one. We're going to try to do a crash zoom. Here we go.
God. Whoa!
And we'll
Crash
add
zoom on the
static
video.
for the YouTube video. Are you happy?
Good. Yeah, I love it.
I'm just imagining poor Mary's looking out here and just sees this figure
Yeah.
right at the window. It's like,
So,
oh, God.
so Zu'lin, if you do look
Babes.
over in that direction, You can see, illuminated from behind by the brazier, you can see a dark figure with its face pressed against the glass of the window looking into the establishment.
He waves.
I'll wave. So turn
Yes,
back
he
and
is.
wave at the window.
Okay, so it looks this. Okay, and he's gonna make his way in to the inn.
You got it,
Valentino
Stavik.
see the two hooded, the masked, shady figures waving back and forth through the window.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to.
Okay, I put my hand on my rapier, cautiously,
It's like, this
but,
is...
but excitedly.
Yeah, it's like something's happening here.
Are we getting bandits? Wow, this is one of my
Stavik.
favorites.
You step into the room, and there's a puddle there where other people have obviously come into the room recently as you're dripping wet. Across from the room from you, the barkeep will shout out, welcoming you to the Crossing Inn and telling you to make yourself at home. There's plenty of fires to sit by to dry yourself off, and they have plenty of room and food, as well as anything you'd like to drink.
Hello.
As they all
Stump.
As they all look to the door, what do all of the people see entering the bar?
You see what can be generously described as a pile of clothes. There's a form in there. Just it looks very sinewy.
Ew.
Yeah.
Sexy.
Um,
Okay.
What a way to describe it.
What is a
It's
man
very
but a
sinewy.
miserable pile
So,
of clothes?
Imagine
I agree.
With sinew inside.
What is a man but a sinewy pile of clothes?
imagine a
We've done it.
throbbing pile of clothing.
Yeah,
Ugh.
yeah.
Someone write this down.
That's for the quote
I
tonight.
want this to be the Skrewy quote for our like interstitial cards.
Yep. All right.
So although you can see this outline of an individual, you don't actually see anything about his features. As you look up and down, every inch of him is covered.
Okay.
You try to see into his up in his face. There's a shawl covering everything, and hood is up, and he starts wiping off the large shield, has a large sword to his side, and just although it looks like there's a lot of heft to him, it just seems like he shouldn't have been able to make his way through that storm with the wind and everything. Oh, this is
Almost
real
flappy,
torrent out
guys.
there. Oh, hello.
There's waves from the barkeep. Oh, welcome. Make yourself at home.
Is this seat taken?
Oh, you are fine to take it, friend. And Zu'lin will offer a hand and be shaken.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Stavik.
Zu'lin Crowbottom. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Ah, likewise.
Leaning into the bar ever further, you hear a voice. Hell of a night, huh?
I cannot imagine why there's not more people in here than out there.
They probably tried to avoid the cell that was coming in at this time.
Lean forward to lean in front of the gentleman behind me. There are more people outside, huh?
Well, I couldn't tell, but it seems like this would be the place to be. Given
Well, yes, I didn't see
state of
anyone
things
outside myself. There's still more people in here.
I mean, you are not wrong, but you'd think there'd be even more people in here. I mean, there are more people in here, so.
Yes, I mean, they must
you'd
not have
think
known
there'll
I
be
was
even-
coming,
even
or I'm sure
even
this place
more.
would have been packed.
There you go. That's the best. Thank you.
Are you very well known then?
Oh, famously. You pretty much anywhere you go, the name Valentino is on somebody's lips, and if it's not, they're waiting for it to happen.
Valentino. And Zu'lin's going to take out a book and start writing.
Excellent.
A man of education, I see.
Indeed. And what is it in particular that you do that has given you such fame?
What can't I do? Well, how about this? Can I offer the two of you a drink?
Oh, sure. A stout. Sure.
So I'm going to mage hand and make get them all the drinks myself, and then just flip a coin over my shoulder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your mage hand conjures into the space and begins pouring ales with expert ability.
Slide them each over.
Yeah, slides over in front of the two of them.
Only a tiny sample of what I'm capable of. Be sure.
So it's magic use that makes you famous, is that correct?
Magic is only the beginning.
You put a one magic. And
That's
two, and it's blank.
It's blank.
So, as you continue your conversations, we'll once again dart to the outside, where our final player tonight is crossing a rickety bridge. The water's swelling ever and ever higher as we go. You believe that, given much longer, this bridge might get swamped out somehow.
Xander is walking across the bridge with his hands clasped behind his back, and though he seems to be aware of the swelling waters below him, he doesn't seem particularly concerned about it as he makes his way towards the light in front of the tavern.
Wonderful. Yeah. You follow the path ahead of yourself, and within a few moments, you find yourself standing in front of the crossing inn. The two braziers burn with consistent light and illuminate the doorway.
Do the braziers seem to be flickering at all?
No, they have a solid unconcerned for the water. So they appear to be magical in some way.
In that case, Xander is probably going to walk up to one of them and idly pass his fingers through the flame.
As you do, the flames dance around your fingers but produce no heat.
The corner of his lips it's gonna curl up ever so slightly. He's gonna stay there for a moment looking at the flame, and then he's gonna make his way to the front door and open it up.
You got it. You make your way to the front door and open that, stepping inside. As you do, you can see that there are a number of people in this place. There appears to be a bunch of folks at the bar drinking. There are two people at tables by themselves, boredly watching a bard on the stage who does not seem blessed with the ability to sing or dance.
So mean.
But yet she's trying and hitting all the wrong notes.
I could not name a more suck-ass bard.
I just imagine her singing "Take on Me" with no musical accompaniment over and over.
No.
Oh, and just trying to hit the high notes, but like
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
it's physically impossible for her to do that because she's an alto and she's singing a soprano.
Yeah.
So sad.
And she's putting...
She could
I mean,
be
it's not-
fine. She's just not doing it right.
It's not for lack of effort. Like, she is absolutely putting her heart out. It's just... she's not any good.
It's just dog shit.
It's just dog shit.
We're
So,
just having
yeah.
a conversation, just screams. Ah! I'm like, all right, okay.
Yeah.
Stavik, when you say that, Stavik goes, what is everyone's problem? Is that okay, right?
But Xander, as you step into the room, a few of the people are going to turn and look to the most recent arrival as you step into the room and begin sort of drip drying. What do they see?
Xander is a tall human male with dark tanned skin and a dusting of freckles beneath his eyes. He's got crimson hair that falls in gentle waves all the way to the small of his back. and if they take a look, they can see that he's very well muscled, and the outfit that he's wearing underneath his rain-soaked cloak seems to be predominantly black satin, clearly hand-tailored, that clings to his muscles, and in certain places is even sheer. You could see the skin on his sides and then portions on his legs through it. He's covered in all sorts of gold accessories. He's got these interesting ear pieces, kind of like a cuff shaped like almost claws around his ear, a single drop earring on each side shaped like a diamond, and probably most unusual, he's got these frames on his face. They kind of run from his ear down along his jawline and end in points. There's something somewhat imperious and statuesque about him. Yeah.
Oh God, he's hot.
And are there any
Perhaps.
weapons on your character?
He doesn't seem to be carrying any weapons openly, though if you take a look, you can probably see something swinging below his cloak.
Really? How far below the cloak?
Oh my.
Well,
Hey, where's
I
that
suppose-
blush emote?
If you're looking.
I mean, I suppose if you're looking,
Hey,
can't reveal all the character secrets yet. So
is it a
he's
plus
probably
one
gonna-
bludgeoning?
+1? That's a +5, baby.
Oh, shit!
But Xander is gonna take quick stock
Spicy
for
already.
everybody in the room. Just do a quick head count, and seeing that there seems to be musical performance going on, and there are only 2 people actually actively paying attention, he's gonna sit at the nearest seat and exponentially increase the audience of this
Yeah.
poor bard.
Wonderful. All right. You make your way over to that. And
Well, Stavik, my friend, it appears your theory is coming to fruition. At least there does seem to be an increase in the number of people residing in this locale.
Wonder what rates we could expect them to come in.
Well,
I-
word of
I'd
my
like
arrival
that-
must have gone out.
It's
Well,
best.
I mean, you're here apparently, so more should come if you say you are as popular as you are.
Well, of course. I'm assuming that the weather does not stop them.
If you're planning on staying, I would recommend you all get a room as soon as possible then. And I'll motion over to Mary. Do you have any rooms available?
lots of rooms. We have quite a few actually. It's been a bit quiet recently. I think the storms are keeping most people off the roads. So aside from
May I acquire one for 2 nights, please?
oh, of course, yes, that would be fine.
I'll put down the required.
You got it.
I won't need a room tonight. I stayed up, like I had a long nap earlier today, and I just not that sleepy. I think I'll just hang out and enjoy the entertainment tonight.
There's entertainment.
Yes, there's right over there. They're singing for us.
The bard, yes, of course.
You look over and you see the bard. She trips over her own ankle and kind of stumbles a bit, gets back up, dusts herself off, and keeps
Oh,
performing.
I love her. so
She's
much.
perfect. How
Yeah.
dare you be mean to her? How dare
the
you?
poor girl.
By the way, the person there on the stage appears to be a human woman with a bright and sunny attitude. She has well-styled blonde hair that falls to her lower back and wears a simple barmaid's outfit.
It
There you go.
appears her name is Tessa.
Yeah, it does
That's what
appear
name
that way.
tag says.
Name tag says her name's Tessa.
What if it's not Tessa though? It's like, then, like it's somebody
Yeah,
else's
we're like,
barmaid.
hey Tessa, and she's like, this is just Tessa's uniform. Mine's in the wash.
Oh,
Oh, that poor girl.
There.
Stavik will look at Zu'lin's cart. How big is this cart? Is it like, are we talking like a rolly cart for like one of those old-fashioned TVs? Are we talking like a cart where stuff hanging from it? Are we talking like room service delivery cart? What size cart are we talking here?
For my cart, you're talking about?
Yeah.
It's I'd say it's a kind of wheelbarrow kind of size. It also does have 3 wheels just for stability. It has one at the end as well, but it's kind of just a pull cart that you would be pulling behind you.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I was thinking of like something like probably like waist high, and then for some reason like a thing that says that flops down, says the doctor's in or something.
That would require me to be certified, sir.
Yeah.
Would it? Would it though?
I mean,
Lying is free.
So some guard is like, "Hey, can I see your papers?" And you hand over some papers, and they're like, "What am I doing? I can't read."
Source me.
Oh, very good. So what are you carrying and all that?
It's, many chemicals for my experiments, for medical uses. I am a sort of doctor, if you will.
Oh, a doctor of what?
Medicine, predominantly of the natural sort.
Oh, so you do things like roots and a berry. You put out the things, you grind them up, and it's like snake oils.
My medicines work if I were to use a root, although sometimes applicable. Many times it's been more useful for paralytic agents for anesthesia before treatment.
Oh. See, normally I'm used to just biting something, and they just as they say, grin and bear it.
I prefer my customers to be more comfortable.
There.
And what is it you do? I see you are carrying a sword yourself.
Well, at the moment I'm traveling. I help where I can. I wouldn't say I'm a sell swords, but I do what's right and help where I'm needed.
If you were a sellsword, there's no reason to look down on an individual looking for money.
Well, I mean, sell swords. It can be a noble pursuit, but on average, I have not met many sellswords that have scruples.
Is there a moral requirement in what you do?
In what I do?
Yes.
It helps to have a moral compass to know what is right and what is wrong. But I see a lot of individuals who kind of do what I do. Once the money is either not there, or somebody comes along and pays them a little better, they don't stick with what is right, but what is right in front of them.
My friend, do you follow what is you feel is right in your heart?
I try to, as much as possible.
Will you stop anyone who you think is doing exactly the opposite of what you believe is right?
Well, I will. It sometimes gets very sticky, but
It's gonna get
Go
sticky
with-
as fuck. But sorry. But this is a journey for you to conquer your own passions.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I get this often. I'm glad I could have helped.
Personally, I feel having too much more obligation could hinder your effectiveness in doing what needs to be done. Of course, depending on whatever task it is you're tasked with.
Unless, of course, what needs to be done is guided by your moral obligation.
And
So what brings you all around onto this? I'm sorry, it's a little cliche. Dark and stormy night.
Why am I here? Or
I mean, I understand why you're here because you're going that way or you're going that way. But what brings you this far?
simply it is purely for research.
Research? What are you researching?
Predominantly the organic makeup of some creatures in the area.
Oh, that sounds very interesting.
I've
Is there
not
something dangerous in the area we should be worried about?
Not that I'm sure of yet. I've just come here because I have not found out what is native to this area.
Turns towards the barkeep.
Is there anything interesting that you know of in this area that this wonderful gentleman could research?
research. Not really. This is just an inn. What sorts of things would you be interested in?
I was unprepared for how genuine that response was. It's just that, sir, this is a Wendy's energy.
Yeah.
What do you think this is?
Yeah. it's like, sorry, I don't have a list of research subjects for you.
What kind of
You mean you don't
cryptids
have
do you
a-
think I
you don't
could
have
hunt
a,
down in the area? Sir, this is a
You,
Wendy's.
you don't have a quest list for us? This is an
Yeah.
end, goddammit!
Right. Do I have an exclamation point over my head? Like, what is this? So, as she looks at you, kind of confused, and tries to answer the question as politely as she can, the door is going to swing open one more time, and a person will step inside. This gentleman is a bit different looking. He has, ginger hair.
And that's it.
Yeah, that's it. No,
It's
here's
just a
human-
floating ginger.
just a floating ginger hair. He is a human male, somewhere in his maybe mid to late, possibly late 20s. He wears simple clothes. They're somewhat form-fitting, and at this point, they are soaked through. He has freckles upon his face, surrounding his green eyes that sort of shine and lighten here a little bit, and he is dripping. As he comes in, he's kind of wiping his face and wringing his shirt out, and he's like, "Man, it is just coming down out there. Oh, hell of a night, right, guys?" With that, the person at the bar turns around and goes, "Yeah, that's what I've been saying." And the barkeep will wave and say, "Make yourself at home. There's plenty of space." To which the man at the door will just put on a big smile and say, "Oh, good. I'll take a big ale. Let's go." And he starts walking down toward the southern part of the room, and he stops, looks over at the bar, sees this person failing utterly to be entertaining, and he just kind of takes a deep breath, and then will turn back around and go back to the bar. He sits at the eastern end of the bar as the barkeep sets a drink down in front of him. Oh man, that was hell of a night out there. I have seen some rain in my time, but that is something else. Like, I get it that it's the rainy season, but damn.
The bridge is still there.
Momentarily, at least.
I think so. I mean, the one I walked over was fine. A little bit slippery, but maybe they should put some like railing on that or something, because I feel like I could have fallen off and died.
Well, who would be responsible for that? Would that be the constabulary?
It would depend if anyone could find the body.
I
I
was
will
talking
say,
about
as I just
but,
look at you.
All right. At that, Louie just slowly turns from the fireplace to look at the bar finally,
Oh,
and then turns
Hello.
back to the fire.
oh, goodbye. Apparently, there's space over at the bar with us if you'd like to join.
He just waves as if trying to avoid this conversation.
Not all people can handle a close proximity to me, you see. I commend you both for your exceptional fortitude.
I thank you very much.
The bard, yes, the entertainer. That doesn't sound right either. The person on the
Songstress.
stage finishes her song, takes a bow, and steps off the stage, heading over to the bar. The barkeep walks over and says, "Tessa, you're getting better every day."
That's
And
right.
Tessa leans in and says, "Oh, thanks, honey." And they lean in, and there's a quick kiss between the two of them. And Tessa
Oh,
will
baby!
Sounds very nice.
Oh, she walks up to the group there at the bar, and she looks to Stavik and says, "You think so? Thank you so much. I've been practicing."
Your effort is evident.
Yeah, it's. I'm trying to expand the number of songs that I can do, and I think I'm getting pretty good. I'm up to 3.
If you get, I think, 6 more, you will have a full night of musical accompaniment.
6 more.
Yes, then
I
you won't have to
know.
repeat those 3 songs 90 times.
Valentino.
No,
That-
I mean, they were great. Practice does make perfect. Or Valentino makes
No,
perfect. But
here's
your
you can
eff-
just you could just stretch them. You can include some interludes. There I think they're called riffing. Riffing, is that the right word?
Oh, I don't know what that means.
Let's say if you had a lute, you'd throw in your in a section of the music, you would throw in some extra accompaniment of your own creations.
as long as you're performing from the heart, you will be doing perfectly.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, that's what I do every time. I get up there and
It was-
I sing, and that kind of comes from like in here, right? And that's kind of close to the heart. Is that what you mean?
From the deepest core of your passion,
Oh, okay.
every emotion must come pouring out. Then you can do no wrong.
I believe in you.
What is Louie doing?
He just left because he thought it was too noisy here. Also, he heard like getting rid of dead bodies, and he was just like, you know what? I'm not gonna be a part of that.
Excuse me.
Whatever it is.
No one's getting rid of dead bodies. Just no one was finding them.
Yeah,
It was
that's
just
the job
a good
of the
problem to have.
conservatory.
really awkward for him, and he just didn't want to be there. So
What's
he
wrong with
left.
dead bodies.
And not finding them.
I'm
Exactly.
really getting such a vibe on what kind of that friend Zu'lin is. the person who brings
Sounds-
shit up like that in a conversation. It's just like, well, technically, it's not illegal to. I'm not gonna finish that sentence. And you just everyone's like, the fuck, Zu'lin?
Louie's like, there's
He's-
another fire. I can dry off there. He forgot his cloak near the other one, though.
Is he standing by the fire?
Yeah, he's standing.
Okay. After about maybe 2 or 3 minutes of just watching him stand there, Xander is going to pipe up and say, borrow a chair, if you'd like.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
You're welcome.
And Louis just kind of looks him over. He does the elevator eyes where you're inspecting someone. You have very long hair.
You have much shorter hair than I do.
No, it's
He
just
says
you're
in
very.
response.
I guess it doesn't really matter because you're muscular, but I'm just surprised.
The person
my
at the table. Sorry, go ahead.
He's gonna respond, by my musculature or by my hair?
Your hair. It's just very girly.
Xander is going to raise an eyebrow, but his expression isn't going to change at all.
Louis just avoiding eye contact at all possible moments.
This is the
I would
best
also
warning
like
we've
to-
ever gotten.
The elven woman at the table near you is suddenly getting the best entertainment they've gotten tonight.
Right?
Incredible.
Yes.
I also want to point out Xander is not blinking as he's staring at Louie with the eyebrow raised. It's just unblinking.
He looks very uncomfortable being perceived.
I can't help but imagine Xander always doing like fucking JoJo poses, always leaning over and flexing and shit.
Pose.
You also wear jewelry, it looks like.
Is that also girly?
I mean, yeah.
And is the purple streak in your hair very masculine then? He says with a very flat tone.
Louis just pops his collar a little and then kind of does that turn where he's not fully turned away, but his shoulders kind of in the direction of Xander, so he's not looking at him, but the corner of his eye can.
Xander smirks ever so slightly.
Don't worry about the things that people can't control.
That's good wisdom, I suppose. Are you speaking to me or to yourself?
To you.
Understood. I generally don't.
Good. Shit.
Good. He's still staring.
Louis now into this weird area where he's like, do I go back to the old fireplace? They were talking about dead bodies. That was really weird. But now this guy's just staring at me. Fuck. He sighs and relents to his current fate.
So on the other side of the bar, you hear a voice call out, "So who's up for a drinking game?" The ginger-haired man at the end of the bar will flash a smile to everyone involved and look over to the barkeep. "Can you pour out a bunch of ales?" I bet we can. Bet I can drink everyone at this table. Yeah.
Oh, but
Looks down the line.
Are there stakes?
My friend, are you ready to throw away your money so readily?
I mean, it's something to do, right? Could be interesting, and
It will
you
be
never know.
interesting. Probably one of the greatest nights of your life. But it will be expensive.
I don't know. I feel like you can only fit about half the amount of ales inside of a halfling, right? Probably.
Wow.
Yeah. I bet this will work fine.
It's
Yeah.
not about size, it is about fortitude.
Oh, talking about fortitude, I got that in spades too, so I think we'll be okay. Miri,
We'll have to find out.
could we get some ale? And Miri will walk over and start emptying out a bunch of ale into a bunch of different tankards, setting them up. And as she does, the cask of ale that she's filling out is going to empty. She finishes the last of it off. She looks at it, kind of annoyed, and sets it to the side. I'm afraid we're running out of the house stuff. I mean, I have some more expensive stuff in the basement, but you probably don't want to waste your money on that on a drinking contest, right? To
You
which
know,
the
what a tragedy.
ginger will shrug. I mean, I don't know if it tastes good. What do y'all think?
Money is fleeting. It comes and goes.
Well, I don't. You wouldn't want to waste your money on me, of course. I mean, I'm fairly certain I could take you, but
It appears he's offering friend.
I'll at least have a couple, sure.
And as you accept that proposal, there is a flash of white light as the entire room is just incredibly bright for a moment, enough that anyone that had their eyes open are going to have to blink for a moment to see again. And following almost immediately behind that is a shock wave of a thunderclap that must have been from a lightning strike right on this very island. It's enough that it rattles all of the windows in the building and seems to shake the entire structure for just a moment.
At the noise, Louie clutches his head and kind of curls into himself.
The elf beside you is also going to let out a shriek. And Louie, above you, which if you hear, which causes you to look up a little bit, but you hear a gasp above you on the second floor. You look up and you actually see that this part of the room appears to be open to the second floor, and there appears to be a second floor balcony area that overlooks the stage. So you think there might be another guest on the second floor that gasped from the shock of the lightning strike and thunderclap. But
Well, it seems the gods themselves are commiserating our contest.
The elf is going to move away from the windows and get to a closer internal table.
I feel like we should maybe check the river on the bridges. That
You're worried
I'm not
about the
saying-
river.
I'm not worried about the river. I'm worried about the bridges. If the bridges washes out, it would be some time before we'd be able to get off this island, right?
Perhaps you. I can easily find a way across without a bridge. The bridge is always with the handicap.
It'd be quite difficult for me to move my cart across the water.
Agreed. I'm going to go check the river. I have a.
He has an.
I just have an unnerving feeling.
And Stavik's gonna stand up and head towards the door.
As he's doing that, Xander has gotten up from his chair, as if to move towards the door as well.
Yeah. The two of you head toward
Do
the
you-
door. The
He's
puddle
afraid of
there
them.
is beginning to evaporate.
I'm going to go check the river. Do you want to join me?
Sure, I'll accompany you.
Open the door and outside, and head towards the. I guess head towards the bridges. Oh, I gotta go
Sure,
around the
so there's
bush.
two-
Gosh.
Yeah, so there's two bridges that connect to this island. One of them is a new bridge, and one of them is an old bridge.
I crossed the new bridge, right?
Yeah, if you came in from the west side, you would have crossed the newer bridge.
Well, I know that one's probably okay. I'm going to go check this one.
Okay.
I'll check the other one. Xander will call out.
All right. So the two of you split up and check out the bridges. Stavik,
They split up.
they split up. Best
We
best
split the
move for any
party.
party.
Tonight.
Splitting the party already.
God, not even an hour and a half into the episode, and we already split up into the
Yeah.
campaign. Already
Yeah.
split up a party.
Already splitting the party. So Stavik, you stand at the edge of this bridge, and it looks older. It looks kind of rickety. It looks slick from the rain. A lot of the boards seem a little on the warped side, and you think that crossing this would be a little anxiety-inducing, even on a good day. Might give you sweaty palms on a good day. Today, with the rain the way it is, it's just downright dangerous. It's possible you could lose your footing and slide and slip and go over into the river and be carried away by the floodwaters to who knows where. Maybe swept out to sea, who knows. But looking out into this, you see all kinds of various debris, shrubs, trees, all kinds of things that have been washed out as riverbanks upstream must have swelled over their normal edges and pulled in plant life.
How close is this torrent? Is this river getting to the top of, to cresting the?
You think that if you were to lay down like if you laid down like on your stomach and you reached your arm down, you could almost touch the water.
And was
It's pretty
that
close.
higher
It's
than?
it's
was
only a
that
few
higher
feet.
from?
Oh yeah,
Was-
it's
and that's
higher
not-
from when you
oh.
arrived. Yeah, it's been going up.
Scheiße.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Okay. And he's gonna make his way back over to.
You think
The
that
center
that
point.
bridge could swamp out at any moment,
Oh dear. Oh, dear.
especially if
Oh,
if like a
dear.
big tree comes by, it could take the bridge out.
Oh dear.
And which direction is the next town?
So the
Is
next,
that is the one that had the
oh, the big city?
yeah.
The big city is across the newer bridge to the west.
Makes sense.
Which city is that? That Burgos or
You're
Burgos
in
is
the
the
nation of
country.
Burgos. It's the city of Cañas, which is
Kenya?
the major port city of the nation.
Kanye West.
No,
Yeah.
No.
See,
Cañas.
Sounds
I
like
was resisting so much. I was going to say
Yeah.
Kanye's
it.
East or
Sounds,
Kanye's.
it sounds like it, right?
Yeah, it's
It is-
right there.
It is to the west of you, and it is called Cañas.
Kanyas.
That will be the direction that Xander will be going in to examine the bridge.
Yeah. All right. You head over there and examine the newer bridge. Xander, the bridge appears to be in decent condition. Actually, before we get on to that, Stavik and Xander, if the two of you have knowledge engineering, you can roll those, by the way, if you wanted to use your expertise to maybe give you a bit of extra additional
Who's our
information
engineer
about
this season?
Yeah, if either of
Now-
you have it. If you don't have it, that's fine. But
That is one knowledge I do not have.
okay. Then the bridge looks solid. It looks kind of newer. This one actually has railing. So
Whoa.
that's a plus.
That's hot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's some basic
Hey,
safety features on this
safety.
bridge. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
How close to the bridge is the surface of the water?
This one's about 8 feet. So this one's a bit higher up than the other bridge. So the other bridge would swamp out before this one would ever be in danger.
Okay. Seeing that, Xander would probably return.
Shields above his head.
So the sound of water drops plinking across your shield as sheets of rain continue to pour down. It hasn't even begun to let up here. It's pretty horrible. Flashes of
how
lightning
is it over
every
there?
so often.
Not too bad. The water hasn't reached too high.
I think, if given the rate that this storm is not letting up, I don't think that bridge has much left. And if you were to lay down, the water is about an arm's length from cresting over the bank here. I'm very concerned about the longevity of this establishment.
Potentially concerning. The bridge that I checked out seemed to be a little bit newer than the one I came on, so perhaps that one will hold out.
One will hope. Okay. I think we should go at least tell the innkeeper. I think Zu'lin would be very upset for they were anticipating staying here for a couple of days.
Well, I hope everyone knows how to swim.
Yeah.
You hear a little bit of a nervous titter in his voice.
Also, on a side note, what are we all speaking?
Well, that's an interesting question. I would
Louie was
say
speaking Burgese.
probably Burgese, which is the common tongue around this part.
Yep.
So it'd be the local language, since you are in the nation of Burgos. You don't necessarily have to be from Burgos, but that's just the language that would be spoken here.
Question then.
Yes.
Does Stavik speak Burgese fluently? Does he speak with any kind of accent?
It sounds like Stavik is speaking with, correct me if I'm wrong, Stavik, but I believe you're speaking with a Villish accent?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. Xander doesn't seem to have a discernible accent. It just seems Burgese.
Mm-hmm. The two of you step back into the room and begin, drying off your sopping clothes.
Make his way over to the barkeep, or to. I'm guessing that this is the innkeeper. Is Mansent is the innkeeper.
I do not know. How often has it rained like this? Is it normal for the water to crest so closely to the bank? Yeah.
The somewhat rotund man will turn toward Stavik and say, "Oh, I mean, the rain comes down sometimes pretty bad, but I've never seen it get so bad that it messes anything up. I mean, I'm sure the rain will break sometime soon." Probably.
The older bridge, I don't think it's going. If a tree rolls through the river, I don't think it will survive.
That'd be...
Louis, while you were saying stuff, he took out a notebook and started writing down information on it as they were speaking.
Well, it's I mean, that bridge has been there for like 25 years, so I mean, I feel like if it's lasted this long, it'll keep going for a bit yet, but I mean, this is a pretty bad storm, so I suppose anything's possible.
Well, I am here, no harm will befall us.
I dare say that I cannot guarantee that this island won't be washed away.
The rotund man will laugh and say, "Oh, I doubt that. This island's been here for centuries. This is the crossing island. That's why they call this the crossing inn. It's
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Could I make a nature check? Does it sound plausible that it could rise above the level of the?
Oh, please,
Or
yeah.
ground?
Go ahead.
All right.
First thing you need to understand, Zu'lin, is that through Eden, anything is possible.
So that is a 20.
The answer is yes. It is possible with a bad enough storm that those bridges could wash away. The island, on the other hand, is not going to wash away.
Yeah, that was the.
That's absurd. You can tell Stavik that if you want.
Of course.
But
Good.
Of course.
but yeah, the island is perfectly safe. Now the buildings on the island, on the other hand, those might suffer some flooding damage. But the bridges are probably the most in danger of anything bad happening. Yeah.
Excuse me, Miri?
Oh, yes. What is it?
She
She steps closer.
I was wondering if you had any milk here.
Yes, I do have some milk in the kitchen. It should be. Yeah, I do have some. Would you like it in something, or did you just want a glass of it?
I mean, like, if it could be heated, maybe?
Sure. Okay.
Do any curly straws?
I'm sleepy.
She turns and looks over and says, "Durant, could you be a dear?" The man who was seated watching the performance on the stage earlier will get up, and this man looks to be a human male with dark hair, wearing simple hunter's clothes and sporting a dour expression, sort of a pout living on his face. His left hand has an intricate tattoo upon it, and he wears a small holy symbol of Eden around his neck. He gets up, and without a word, he goes to the east into another room.
Thank you,
Stavik
Miri.
standing next to Xander. How tall is Xander, by the way?
He is 6'2".
He's
Okay.
taller than you.
Yeah. Like a not like this, but like a.
If you refer to the title card, you can see how much taller he is to you. He's the same height as Bastion.
I don't see why that would be important, though.
Right.
Yeah, don't pull a Petra this season.
Yeah, physical
Nope.
height,
Nope.
no indicator of power.
It sure is.
No, it's like it's how Stavik would like. Oh, wow.
And
Says a lot of you.
You are well
and
built.
Bastion's about to find out. Bastion's about to find out that it's no indicator of fortitude either.
Really?
So, yeah. So speaking of, the other barkeep who was assisting has gone on to fetch some more ale, but as I mentioned, Miri has poured out a number of tankards, arraying them on this side of the bar. Bastion will plunk out a couple of gold coins to pay for all of them, and we'll kind of give a grin to Valentino. So, what's the rules? Or do you just want to drink as much as we can before we pass out?
I mean, what rules do you need than that? Contest of champions.
I like it.
Huh.
He'll take a tankard and hold it over to Valentino to tap to begin
Thank you.
this.
What is
Clap
your name,
tank.
my friend?
Oh, most people just call me bro. It's not really my like real name, but like everybody calls me bro. So I'm bro.
You got it, bro.
And
I'm sure you already know the great Valentino, but if you have not had the pleasure, it'll be a formative moment for you.
well, the
Trust.
great Valentino, best of luck. Bottoms up, buddy. And he's just going to begin drinking tankard after tankard, with a big smile on his face as he goes.
You're gonna hammer these fuckers down. So do I roll something here?
Yeah, you should. So, is anyone else participating as well, or is it just Bro and Valentino?
I'd say Bro and Valentino currently because Stavik's nervous about.
Oh, don't
You're right.
you don't
you're
have
right to
the
be
stomach
nervous.
for competition, huh? Okay.
He's
All
right.
right.
To be nervous. I wouldn't want to be embarrassed by me either.
This is a
Well-
different character to my previous ones.
Xander
Or
is
not.
going to whisper as they begin to drink. You know, they say that you should drink an hour before you have to swim. So
Stavik's just gonna be like.
the rotund man
oh,
actually will find that hilarious.
Dark. That is dark.
All right. So yeah, Valentino, go ahead and roll me out. We'll say 3 consecutive fortitude saves, please.
So, question. I realize
Yeah.
this is not a skill check, but would my competitive trait potentially give me a bonus here?
Brilliant.
Let me check. Let's see here.
I don't think rules as written as it does.
You know what? Yeah, because your pride's on the line. Your
Whoa,
pride is
mother-
on the line. This isn't just a drinking. Like this isn't just drinking. Valentino, this is a drinking contest.
Exactly.
You have to win. So yeah, of course you get that. You get that bonus. Go for it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Tripled my bonus, so I appreciate it. All right, we said 3 of these.
Yep.
All right, it's a little better. So we had a 10, an 18, and a 12.
A 12.
All right.
So the 3 of you put down 3 tankards basically immediately, and much to your alarm, you're already feeling a little bit into your cups.
This is some legendary stuff.
Right away. Bro is kind of already feeling it as well. He's kind of like popping his lips a little bit, sort of involuntarily. He's kind of doing that as he's drinking, and he looks over at Valentino and says, "Oh yeah, this place has always had some really good ale."
Not that I'm feeling it. I don't know about you, but I mean, I'm still good to go.
Oh yeah.
I can run this fucking shit.
You got it.
Also,
And
Zu'lin is going to be taking notes, trying to figure out the tolerances of these 2 individuals.
mm-hmm. Well, about that time, the man in hunting clothes is going to come back out of the kitchen and come over and set down a glass of. It's sort of in like a tea carafe thing, and he sets it down in front of Louie.
Thank
And
you.
he'll nod to Miri and then turn and go back to a seat.
Now, tell me, sir, is there any particular reason you're requesting warmed milk?
I like milk.
Yes, but why warm?
I wanted to sleep well tonight.
Interesting. And I'll just note that down.
They will remember this.
Okay. Louie's just unintentionally giving stink eye to Bastion and Valentino as he watches them drink themselves to a stupor. Is that even safe?
I don't worry about what is safe, my friend.
Medically speaking, most certainly not.
Bastion turns and looks over at Louie, kind of eyes him up and down, sizes him up, says, "Oh, I mean, it's not too late to join. We got
don't
plenty of tankards here. Do you want to?"
I'm good. I don't drink.
Like a. Gotcha. Okay, is that like a sickness thing or like an allergy thing or like?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're lost.
It doesn't matter the reason. I poison myself if I damn well beers, and you don't need to, as you damn well don't.
Uh-huh.
How did all these get empty?
You drink it. And
Again?
Xander's gonna
Louis kind of squints his eyes at Valentino. I'm sorry. Miss Sir, somewhere in between?
I mean, most folks go with Mister. Whatever you feel, whatever fit your fancy, I guess.
Okay. Mister.
Sir, or the great Valentino.
I'm not doing that.
Great thief Valentino, the
No,
great mage Valentino.
I'm good.
All right.
Mr. Valentino.
Your illustrious is also a pretty common one.
Louis slowly turns to just drink his milk.
another round of drinks on me, Xander is going to say, and pull out a lot of gold and hand it to the barkeep.
Oh, that's very kind of you. All right, sure. Very well. Have a seat, please. And she'll gesture to the open seats at the bar.
Oh, not for me. I meant for them.
Oh, very well. And
Feel free to join us nonetheless.
she goes and sees that there's yet still no ale here, as she had emptied out the cask that was behind the bar. She looks around and we'll look to Durant and say, Durant, could you be a deer again? And he sighs and will get up.
You probably want to get just the whole stock while you're down there, because it's probably not going to last the morning.
Xander's going to gesture for Stavik to feel free to take a seat.
Will you join too?
But of course.
Wunderbar.
Now, did I see where the rotund man went?
The rotund man seemed like he went into the kitchen.
Okay.
Note.
Not anywhere you went.
Why are you doing a drinking competition? Is it fun or?
Oh yeah, I mean, you get to test your limits, try to drink a bunch of ales, and also, if you're lucky, beat somebody at something, and that's always fun.
Is it?
Luck does not factor into it, as you will see.
I like you. All right, bottoms up, buddy, and he will take back another tankard. So, Valentino, if you would not mind, could you roll 3 more fortitude saves?
3 more, all right.
Yeah.
All right, we're starting off okay. 16. 14.
Oh, damn.
Hey,
All right.
19.
God dang. Nice.
All right.
Jeez.
Yeah. But you may or may not remember the way I do drinking games, and that is that your fortitude saves ever increase the DC. So.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So is
Rough
that 14 fucking me?
I mean, a lot of these are.
Okay, cool, good.
Technically, those were all fails. So.
Oh, okay.
We're
Okay.
We're getting there. But they were only like -1 fails. They weren't like minus multiple numbers. So it's fine. I'm running the math in my brain, and it's looking pretty close, honestly, between the two of you.
Ready to give up?
Bastion is kind of teetering.
Please don't touch me.
I mean, I'm still feeling like a champion, so it's probably in your best interest. This could get bad for your health.
Stavik is going to say, I think I'm going to sit next to Valentino to catch them.
That's probably for the best.
Bastion's like, I didn't throw in any towels, and I don't think that this is all done. So I'm ready to keep going if you are. And he goes to pick up a tankard, and he picks it up and shakes it, realizes it's empty, sets it down, picks up another tankard, realizes it's also empty, and he like looks around and realizes that the two of you have drank everything already.
They're stuck.
So they appear to be out of ale. So your drinking contest is cut tragically short until you guys get another ale barrel up here.
Lay gasp.
Your defeat is postponed.
Thank goodness.
You're very lucky. I guess luck did factor into it after all.
A voice will ring out from the kitchen. Luck always does. The rotund man says as he walks back out here, holding a large hawk of like ham. He's just like taking a bite out of it.
Yes, you saw take it from a shamanite. A shamashite. Shamashite.
Shamanish?
A shaman?
He sits back down. Miri kind of like raises an eyebrow at him as he takes another slow bite out of this ham hock, and she says, "You know that I was saving that for stews and soups because it tends to last longer than just eating it plain.
Miss, you can still use the bones.
She turns and gives you a polite smile.
Sorry.
Thank you. I'll keep note of that.
How are you doing there, Valentino?
I already said I'm feeling like a fucking champion, as always. You
Wunderbar. Have you made arrangements yet for a room?
No, I wasn't sure who wanted to share. I figured people were going to be fighting over it, so I was waiting to pay for the room until I knew.
I don't no.
The man in hunter's clothing returns from the basement and sets down a cask behind the bar.
Oh, look.
There we
There's
go, my
more.
friend.
And then turns and heads over back out into the seating area to take a seat by the window.
Brooding.
As one does.
Miri will look at the cask and say, "Thanks, Tarant. You're a deer."
You look over, he's turned into a deer.
An elk.
So
We're not.
she'll begin putting the cask away under the bar and get it ready for serving.
Looks like your guys' competition can keep going.
I don't think it will last that much longer.
Well, you would be wrong. Well, if you're right, it'll be because I won already. So
Right.
Exactly.
I believe you.
you should.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Where's he?
But perhaps we should postpone it till the final results.
How
The-
fast did they run by?
It's not running. He was just
It's
moving
not
to
running.
the
That's
next
just
room.
the speed that.
Oh, okay. I didn't
that's
know
just
if
the speed that tokens move.
Okay. I didn't
Yeah,
know
so-
if they were like that. They were
No,
representing
so-
like
so
Jesus,
he-
he's fast.
No, so he got up and went into the kitchen again. After Miri spoke to him for a moment, they had a sort of a hushed conversation, and then he got up and went back in the kitchen for something.
Are you certain you'd like to postpone? I heard that one of your nicknames was the Illustrious, and I'm sure that everybody here is just delighted to see you live up to that expectation.
And I'm sure they are, but I have to be considerate of others, such as this lovely barkeep, who I wish not to deprive her of all of her stock in one evening.
I will be right back. Stavik, having seen them go into the kitchen, come out, and then really kind of get back up and leave, go
Mhm.
back into the kitchen, his kind of he has a sense that he's just gonna kind of casually walk over and peer into the kitchen.
Sure. Stavik, you
Kinda-
peer into the kitchen, and you see a well-stocked area filled with various foodstuffs. There's lots of cooking and prep tables. You see the rotund man is kind of going about the space, putting some various things together onto a plate, and then putting them into a stew pot suspended over the cook fire. It does appear that he's assisting with basically keeping the current pot of stew going. And you notice at the moment he's looking around for an ingredient that he can't seem to find.
Do you need some help?
He turns, looking startled. Oh, no, I'm just looking for some dried beans to put into the stew. Stew is always better with beans, in my opinion.
I would agree. I'm not. You seem. I'm not saying short-staffed, but I'm willing to help if you need some. If
No, I mean, I suppose they're short-staffed. It's just the two of them. I just happened to pass by here enough that I kind of know the place like the back of my hand.
Oh.
The two of them, neither of them that tall.
Thank you for that one. Ah, that was bad. That was awful. Wretched. I hope you feel bad about that. So,
Immensely, always.
okay.
If you're sure you're okay, I'm very willing to help. I'm been known to be Johnny on the spot, as it were.
What?
It's a village thing.
I'm just looking for
Is it-
beans.
Oh, okay. Well, give it the beans then.
There we go. New episode title. I'm just looking for beans.
I'm just looking for beans,
I'm just
man.
looking for
Beans.
beans, man.
This is a Wendy's energy all over again.
Oh my god.
As Stavik returns to the table, Xander is going to take out 5 gold pieces and he's going to put them on the bar and say,
Christ,
just
5?
just to make sure that we don't deplete your stocks, since my friend here is so worried.
Oh, I mean, you all are paying for the stocks. It's not depleting anything. This is just making sales.
Aren't you
I don't need to
rich?
be paid.
Well, of course, but I imagine the place is well, what up is this? Is going to have plenty of more customers tomorrow evening. You sure you get the shipments in time?
I'm sure it'll be here pretty soon. I mean, the shipments tend to come here about twice a month. And I think we're probably due for one fairly. And before she can finish her sentence, you hear an awful and sickening noise from outside. A cracking, crunching noise. Like something heavy striking something else heavy, and one of those things did not survive the impact. But it sounds like it came from outside.
Stavik is gonna run.
She turns immediately, looking out, like toward the windows. Says, "Oh gods, what happened now?"
Xander will follow behind.
And we're going to
Looking
Fuck.
out.
well.
Zu'lin will also get up from the bar and is going to walk out of the establishment.
So you head out into the rain, and looking around, you see that just sheets of rain is still coming down, just as heavy as always. The rainwater has continued to flood higher and higher. The bridge to your east has in fact swamped out. The one over to the right side of the map, the water level has reached the bridge, and it has made it incredibly dangerous to cross. But the bridge to your west, the newer bridge, is gone.
Oh shit! He runs. Stavik runs over.
So you look over.
Oh scheisse!
and the bridge is simply not there.
Is there signs of its destruction, or is it not there, like, more mysteriously?
It is pretty much been ripped out. Like, the studs are left on the side of this bridge, right? There's the base where it had connected to the island, and like a couple of the larger beam supports that were supporting the bottom of it, but the rest of it is gone. You see, if you can see pretty far down, it looks like the river is moving fast enough that any indication of what this thing, where it is almost gone. There's boards here and there that have gotten stuck at various angles and caught on some rocks further down, but the majority of the bridge has already washed down river. So as far as you can tell, a very large tree or something must have washed down on the western side of the island and was just big enough to clip the bridge, and it took it out.
That is going to be very expensive to replace.
Well, it looks like the new shipments are not getting in soon after all. Oh, over out here, whenever people are not looking, Valentino is like getting water in his face.
Well,
And how high is he'll go to the edge? How high is the water now?
It's pretty close. If you reach down, you could touch the water. It's
Not even like not even like laying down, just bending
just like
over.
if you knelt down, you could probably reach your arm down and touch the water. It's only a few feet down from the edge.
It's a Stavik kneel.
Mm-hmm.
I want to push him a little bit from behind and then like grab his cape if he starts to actually fall.
Just to spook him.
Yeah, just to spook him.
I
Yeah,
think
it
we
does appear
should
that
make
the-
it for higher ground.
Yeah, the bridge has washed out, and there appears to be no way to the west.
I do believe we should make for the second floor.
Would be the most convenient option, although if we were to be inside when the flooding occurs, there is a chance the building could collapse.
Stick next to the windows.
It would be wise to check the condition of the other bridge before we retreat inside.
Of course.
We already saw that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's swamped. So like,
It's the water's over it now.
yeah, no, the water's over it.
We are not going anywhere tonight.
The other bridge appears to be still in its place, but impassable.
Understood.
Let's go inform the innkeepers.
You could all do for worse company.
We have you, Valentino. We have you.
Exactly. We're starting to understand. With Xander kind of caught up in the back for a second, I forgot to get the name of our illustrious benefactor to my little competition.
Xander.
My name is Valentino, but I think you already know this.
The illustrious, among
Exactly.
many other things, it seems.
Yes, he is known prominently for his magic usage and potentially other factors.
Indeed. I think you'll have to discover.
They have not been revealed to me at this time.
Well, this is a good time to bring up that mystery is another one of my talents.
As you re-enter the building, you see Mansant carrying a sack of beans, heading back into the kitchen, and disappearing to go and
Found the
play
beans.
This
with
man got
the
beans!
stew.
The
Hey,
plot thickens.
wake up.
Them beans. Louie is prodding Bastion.
Hey,
Bashing out.
come on, bud.
Oh, hey. He kind of wakes up and wipes his face.
It's
I was just
really bad
resting
for
my
your
eyes
neck
a little bit.
if you sleep that way. I know I do it while reading all the time.
We all
You
should
read?
make our way to higher ground.
Oh man, you're a reader.
What is
That's really cool. You like looking books and stuff.
thank you? Thank you.
He looks to see the rest of the group has sat down there at the bar. Oh hey guys, how is it out there?
Shite.
Very
You
good.
have been sleeping in here. As though if I heard correctly.
Oh, I was just resting my eyes. That's all.
Well, I'll have to consider it a null victory and reappreciate it later.
If
You know what? You're on.
If you'd allow me to translate my friend over there, that means one of the bridges, the more structurally sound one, has been utterly destroyed, and the other one has been swallowed up by the water.
Oh gods,
Are we
it's the last thing I need.
stuck here for
Oh,
the
it's
night?
gonna take them months to fix that.
Unless you're a particularly good swimmer.
Shit.
There's a boat. We have a boat tied off on the back of the building. Like, once the river calms down, I can row across. But that's gonna really stop up traffic. Damn it all.
Is there maybe a way to... Do you have any sandbags or anything to... I don't know, fortify?
No, we've never had this problem before.
Right.
And the whole time this inn's been open, it's never flooded.
Never flooded.
Well, unfortunately, that water is about to crest over the banks of this island. I do believe we need to prepare.
Right.
Is there any way that I could help?
Um,
I'm not
no,
strong. I'm sorry.
it's okay. You've all done enough. Although she looks around. Hasn't anyone seen Tessa recently?
I believe she went downstairs the last time I saw her.
Could you go and get her?
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
And she'll nod you toward the staircase leading down into the basement.
Spiders, rats.
Louie, as you enter the basement, it is quite dim down there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a light source of any kind?
I think I have light as a spell.
Oh, okay. Would you like
Or
to
dancing
activate
lights,
such a-
actually. Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And
All
they
right,
are
so
purple, of course.
wonderful.
Very
All right, well,
masculine.
Of course.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, shots fired.
You're not
right, so-
here. It doesn't matter.
Also, not very good at like actually lighting things up. If it's
there you go.
purple.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ultraviolet
so-
light would be awful.
Let me turn the color intensity down a little bit there. Okay.
Thank you.
So Louis,
It's the
you,
UV light. There's fucking. It's a Jackson Pollock painting down there.
oh boy. You activate your dancing light. It's this little purple light around yourself. It's Nimbus, and as you go down into the cellar, you see a couple of crates and boxes around you stacked.
Yes.
There's no response.
Hello.
You see more boxes, crates, sacks. You see a big old stack of sacks of different things. Some of them are labeled beans.
I found
One of them
beans.
is missing.
Got it. All right. Miss Singer lady, ma'am.
Louis, far to the west, on the other side of the cellar, you can see a light, like a lantern light nearby.
Perfect.
As you head that way, there's
Miss.
stacks of more barrels, ales, wines of different vintages. And then around, on the other side of a stack of boxes, you come across a scene. Something grisly. You see...
A bear?
No. You see Tessa face down on the ground, blood around her head, and a smashed cask beside her. Her lamp sits about 5 feet away, still burning. And as you look upon this scene of a grisly murder in horror, that's where we're going to take our break.
Oh, shit.
Shit, we deserve
Damn.
this.
Hello, checkers and pleasers.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. So,
Huh.
where last we left off, Louis, you had just come around the corner in the basement, and
Yeah.
you found a grisly scene.
There was a murder.
There was a murder.
Do you mind if I
Indeed.
tell you exactly what happens the minute Louis sees that?
Go for it.
He blacks out.
Louis, you black out. You fall to the ground, prone and asleep. And we'll return to the folks on the first floor of the Crossing Inn.
2 murders.
Miri is readying the next round of drinks from this new cask of ale that was brought up. Bastion, Valentino, the two of you are have agreed to a subtle, an unsteady truce in your drinking contest.
Gentleman's truce.
Yeah, to come at this again on another day.
Mary, how big is your cellar?
Is that
Is that you?
is that a
That is not
euphemism?
very subtle, my friend.
I'm-
No, nine. I No.
appreciate the
No,
question, but I'm married actually. I'm sorry.
No, the downstairs.
My My downstairs
long?
is off limits, sir.
I believe that he is saying that our friend has spent a little bit of time downstairs and may have gotten lost, potentially.
Oh,
Well, this is
all right.
Perhaps someone should go check on them.
Sure.
Yes, I will head down.
I'll go with you. There may be danger. I'm looking forward to it.
Bless you.
Bastion
course.
will get up and shakily follow the group as well.
That
So,
bitch drunk as
all-
fuck.
All of you but Zu'lin will head down into a very dark basement.
Motherfucker's been gone for like a minute.
Yeah, right?
Well,
Like someone
Oh,
walks
I
down
thought we were. I thought we were.
No, like you
we were-
basically followed like in
Oh.
directly down behind Louie. 'Cause you're
Yeah.
like, I gotta go down there. I gotta go down there right
Oh
now."
shit!
So
I
it's
apologize.
weird.
I
don't
thought we
know.
were going off of like a little bit of time has passed. My
no,
apologies.
no time had passed.
Oh,
Stavik's just weird.
Like, you were really gung-ho to watch every single person that's moved in this fucking inn. Do you know
Yeah.
that?
I am
Yeah,
a very.
you're coming up
very-
as real sus.
It's I am very concerned for everybody's well-being.
shh.
My
Uh-huh.
own.
Hand out in front of Stavik. You see this?
What do I
He's
see?
been struck down. Come on, my hand on my rapier. Approach more cautiously.
You approach to the side of the cellar area. Do any of you have a light source?
I think I'm dark.
Looks like Xander has a 30-foot light. Is that correct?
He doesn't currently.
Okay, in that case, let me turn that off. There we go. So Xander, it is pitch dark down here. But for some reason, Valentino and Stavik seem to have no trouble navigating the area. Bastion is also sort of just groping around in the dark.
Xander
Oh.
waits, near the back, and then when everybody is past him, he's going to flick his ear, and his star earring will start glowing with light.
All right, you activate that, and a light source is going to illuminate off of you,
Oh,
casting a
thank
30-foot
you.
orb of light. Oh, there we go. I thought I had gone blind.
Don't worry.
Your group heads further to the west, and Valentino, you see Louie on the ground, just laying face down.
I go to check his pulse.
Valentino, you rush over to check the pulse of Louie. Please make a heal check.
You got it. And I definitely, I figure I managed to see this thing around the corner as soon, like before this concludes, or as it concludes. That is a 20. Dirty 20.
Excellent. Dirty
Nice.
20. Valentino, you rush over to Louie, and you immediately like grab his wrist, and you can feel. Well, first thing you notice is that Louie's hand is impressively scarred. It's crisscrossed with like these deep gashes that have healed poorly. But you feel for a pulse, and there is a steady pulse for Louie there. So Louie appears, as you examine the rest of him, uninjured. It seems that he's just fallen asleep, perhaps, for some reason. Which is
Gently cup
about...
his face, and then pat, 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 pat.
And
Wake up, boy.
as you look to your left, you can see a grisly scene. It appears there is
see the
a dead woman on the ground with blood around her head and face, a broken cask beside her on the ground, and spilled liquid all over the place around there. There's a lamp beside the body that is flickering slowly.
We'll pat in Louie's face. Wake up, boy. What happened to you?
This cellar's really big. Oh, hey. Holy shit!
Yes,
Is that a dead lady?
Do I get woken up?
it seems so.
Yeah, Louie, I think
Okay.
the pat will wake you up. You tell me, would that be enough to rouse you from your slumber?
Enough. He's pretty groggy, though.
Okay.
He
Well, in that case...
he did fall when he fainted.
Yeah, so you feel stiff and maybe have a headache now, but you're conscious.
The minute his eyes go back over the body, since Valentino's right there, his hand like clutches onto his shoulder. His eyes are wide as he looks at it.
What happened here?
I just found it. I found her.
I want to do a sense motive.
Okay.
Go for it.
I would like to do that as well.
So that is an 18.
Okay.
Mine is a 19.
Also,
this is against Louie.
This is against Louie. I, as a player, I know he's telling the truth. Valentino sees this as sus.
Sure. So I leave that up to Louie then.
Yeah,
so
he's
this is
he's
what we call an
telling the truth.
interpersonal check. So
He's telling the truth, and maybe he's afraid of blood, or maybe he's just not used to dead bodies. He's
Freak.
very uncomfortable, though.
Alright, why don't you get out of line of sight of this? We'll investigate further.
No, everybody stand very still and don't move.
Okay.
That's the same thing.
what does that mean? Why? What are you gonna do? Like stuff?
Xander is just going to look around right now before people move around and start disturbing the scene even more. But he's not going to say any of that. He's just going to do
Okay.
a perception check.
You got it. Go ahead and roll me a blind perception check.
That I can do.
I was also planning on doing a perception just to see if I
Yep.
notice
Just
anything.
remember, all perception checks should be blind, as technically should all sense motives. It's perception, sense motive, stealth, and survival are all blind in most
So
situations.
blind GM roll.
Yeah,
You got it.
Blind or private?
blind.
Okay.
All right. So Xander, you look around and you are going to see the scene before you. Searching the area, you look around and you're going to find this cask of this cask of broken ale and wine. You think it's wine, actually, based on the smell and the color. Beside Tessa, so it looks like she was either moving this cask or bumped into it, and it was sitting on top of a stack of boxes and causing it to fall and then crash on the ground. Either way, she's laying dead beside this wine on the ground. Nearby, there's also another cask of wine with the lid removed. So there's an
Be
open
careful,
cask of
Valentino.
wine and a broken cask of wine and a dead girl. That appears to be the only three things of note that seem to stand out as odd down here.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw up.
Oh, don't do it into the vine. It's
Yeah,
open.
boy,
The
boy,
top's open.
do it one of those. This could contaminate the area.
He's just swallowing hard as he's trying to keep his milk down.
Very
milk
careful,
is-
Valentino. There's an open cask over here.
Milk was a poor choice.
Yes, I see this.
May I move yet? Please.
I have a question for you before you
turn
leave.
around.
Okay.
You said that you saw her come down here. At what point was that?
It was a while ago. She greeted her partner after getting off stage. She stood around for a little while and then she went down here.
I see.
And the only other person I've seen come down here is that long-haired guy.
Brought up a keg.
Yeah.
Really didn't like the music, huh?
Let's get him. I mean, let's at least make sure he doesn't like escape or something.
No. We don't know if it's him though. We should check to see if there's anything like passages to other parts of the inn first before we.
No, hold on, guys.
Didn't...
I've read a book just like this. Follow me.
I thought you said you couldn't read.
Bastion is going to kind of clumsily rush back
no.
to the east,
Louie's coming after him and just
heading up the
grabs
stairs.
him. No,
He's strangely agile even when drunk.
Stop running, please. As soon as Louie can catch up to him, though it's very, very hard for him and his short little legs, he tries to grab Bro by his arm.
Okay, you know what? Make a combat maneuver.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see if you can.
Jesus.
Let's see if you can grab hold of Bastion while he's moving with drunken haste.
Is that a spell?
No,
Oh boy.
No.
only for Bastion.
Drunken haste.
5.
That'd be
Right.
fantastic.
So Louis, you try to grab it at Bastion, but you
Your fingers
try
explode.
to, but your right arm. I mean, it's just not.
It won't reach.
You know, yeah, it's just not what it used to be. So
He
As-
looks at Xander and is just like, get him.
Xander reaches out and points a hand at him and says freeze, and he's gonna cast hold person.
okay.
Oh, maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work.
It can. It
We're
will.
low level. This is actually has a reasonable chance this time.
What did I tell you about this spell? What did I tell you about this spell?
It
That's
doesn't work.
useless.
It never works. Bastion got a 19, rolled natural, so 21, and he saves. So he doesn't even notice that was cast upon him. He makes his way to the front door of the
Fine.
inn. So those of you who are to follow, please make your way back up to the first floor of the
Please
building.
stop. I'm begging you.
How many characters have cast? Like, how many times has Hold Person been cast between all characters?
Riz made it work once, I'm pretty sure.
Once. I think we've had, this is, I think, 7 casts and 1 success.
That's not true. Grow cast it successfully.
That makes sense. So Bastion rushes up to the door, slides it locked, and turns around and says, "There's been a murder!
What the
God
fuck
damn it.
are you doing?
And the killer is still in this building."
He just
Not
exchanges a look at Xander. Like, he can't believe that this is happening.
Xander is going to pipe up and say that last statement was unsubstantiated, as was the first one, I believe.
Miri is going to drop what she's doing and run downstairs.
Can you fucking chill for 1 second, dude?
But that's what they said in the book, and
You're
it worked.
Drunk and you're acting like an idiot.
Stavik
Yes.
will have been kneeling down and putting his hand over the body, and
Uh-huh.
he's just if Valentino's right there, he probably hears him muttering.
What do I hear?
What is he muttering?
Yeah.
Oh,
I do.
it would basically
Please let the source finds its way into us through the maelstrom.
Footsteps approach rapidly from the east, Stavik, as
Oh.
Miri.
Before she quite arrives, I want to step a few steps and hold a hand out, not fully stop her, be like, "You may want to prepare yourself."
Zu'lin's just finishing off his ale.
God
Just having
damn
a
this
great
guy.
time.
It takes
Love
a
it.
long time. I have a fucking straw.
Yeah, you gotta sip his straw, guys. It takes a long time.
They give him a curly
Like,
straw,
you're
and he's
strong,
like,
man.
no, I don't. That makes it only more difficult.
It takes so long to drink.
But it's so damn fun.
As soon as Miri turns the corner after hearing the warning, she sees the body of Hessa on the ground, and she just drops to her knees and just begins to just dissociate. Tears streak down her cheeks, and she can't believe what she's seeing.
I'm gonna take off my cloak and throw it over her shoulders. My scarf, rather. It's a cloak for Valentino. It's a scarf, really.
So,
I'm sorry.
meanwhile, on the first floor, Bastion is going to look at Louie and say, "This is how it happens in the books. Like, the next thing we're supposed to do is like call all the suspects together,
Okay.
right? And then we like talk to them, and then we find out like which of them's lying,
What was your name
and then
again?
they get You can call me bro. Everybody calls me bro. I mean, my
Please
friends
tell
call me
me
bro.
of something better.
Like my official name, like that I was born with, is Bastion.
Okay,
but like
Bastion.
everybody calls me bro.
All right.
It's
so,
bro. But yeah.
Bastion.
Mhm.
So, here's the deal. You can't just go announcing things like that when a murder actually happens, okay? So
Why? Like I said, it was in the book that I read, and they caught the guy in the book.
Look, we don't
We'll just
know
deal with
which
that.
person is the killer, and that means
Yeah,
that
but
we have
they'll
to be
s- they s-
very vigilant.
But don't they like always slip up and get angry and like say the wrong thing at the wrong time, and then you like go, aha, that was the killer, and like, that's how it
Bastion.
works. Yeah.
Please.
Or that I'd be corroborating all of this.
I need you to relax a little. We're in a weird situation. There is a woman dead downstairs. And we need to...
Durant stands up and says, "What happened?"
Louie's gonna sense motive, actually, just to see if he's playing or not.
Xander will as well.
Okay, rolling blind.
Oh, wait, blind? Fuck, okay.
Rolling
My
blind.
bad.
Rolling blind. Yeah. He gets up from the table, walks over, and says, "Wait, what woman? What happened?" And the two of you look at him, and he sounds genuinely surprised, or concerned, perhaps.
Okay. What was the bard's name that was on stage?
Tessa? Did something happen to Tessa?
Her
Xander will nod.
partner is with her now.
He runs to the basement.
Shit, I'm doing this wrong. Okay. Let's not go screaming about this any more than you already have, Bastion.
All right, I won't scream anymore, but like, aren't we supposed to gather up everybody and like talk to him or something?
You know what would be a good idea?
What's that?
Since the bard is the one who we found, and she was performing over there on that stage,
Mm-hmm.
and since you have read a book on this and seem to be the preeminent expert here, why don't you examine that area for clues?
He looks over at the stage, yeah, but it's empty. There's nothing over there.
What if there's a trap door?
Isn't that what the killer wants you to think?
Oh, please make a bluff check. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking brilliant.
Okay, I'm gonna make this blind.
Same.
He squints at the two of you. I don't think that's how that works. I mean, I'm pretty sure we need to gather everybody up and then like talk to them all. Like not at the same time, but like split them off and like talk to all of them individually. Like her. And he points at the elf over in the booth to the southeast.
Do you know the right
what does
kind
she
of
know?
questions to ask?
I mean, I was just gonna ask what was asked in the book, which was like, what is your, what's your business here, and how did you know the victim, and stuff like that, you know? Isn't that what you're supposed to ask?
We need to assess the situation on how she died, and if she was killed or if it was an accident first.
Speaking of which, I would like to examine
Right.
the body.
We don't know if it was an accident. Shit.
I can't. I can be near.
can.
I can't.
Alright, well, I'm doing that.
I will leave bro in your care then.
All right, I'm gonna round up everybody.
Wait. Bastion,
he's going to-
wait. Louie's just constantly running after him.
Bastion is going to head up the stairs to the second floor.
Oh, okay.
Mansant comes out of the kitchen. He has like a big bowl in his hands, full of steaming stew. It's like, the stew is finally ready, everyone. I heard some shouting. Is everything all right? He comes over and sits next to Zu'lin, putting the bowl.
Someone has been murdered downstairs.
What?
Getting worse
Yes.
and worse.
All right.
He abandons the bowl of stew and heads downstairs.
How's the stew
Before
look?
everybody shows up down here, I was hoping to do a few investigation thingies
Sure.
on my own. I'd like to cast detect magic.
Okay, you cast Detect Magic. You sweep a cone across the area of detection,
Mhm.
and the only magical items you do detect are either those on your own person or perhaps on the other player characters. But there doesn't appear to be any magical signatures in this cellar. It
I
appears
do
to just
detect
be.
something on Stavik, though. That's not really relevant to why, but it's the note of
I mean, yeah, like I think everybody's got at least one magic item on him,
that.
probably.
I assume so, out of character again, but
Yeah.
Valentino's making
So-
note of that.
But yeah, something will ping on Stavik. Something pings on yourself, and if you swept it across Xander, something would probably ping off of Xander too, I believe.
There's a couple.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody's carrying something magical.
Are you carrying?
You carrying, bro?
+5.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ooh.
And
that good stuff.
before people show up, I'm going to ask Mary, are there any other entrances or exits to this area?
No, there's no other way in or out.
Oh, in. All right.
She moves over and like puts a hand on the shoulder of the body and is just crying. She doesn't seem well seeing this scene. At that point, the man in hunter's clothes will arrive, and he's just like looking at the scene, shocked.
Stavik is going to start searching around. Specifically, he's going to look at these if there's any stores of food ingredients.
Sure. Go ahead and make a blind perception check, please.
Okay.
He's at the thing.
Nice. Let's there we go. And badoop. And badoop.
Alrighty. Stavik, you look around, and it does look like the western half of the entire basement is nothing but like ales, wines, various spirits in smaller casks, some big wine barrels, and then various crates of like non-perishable goods that you would typically need to run an inn. So like cleaners, sheets, ropes, various bits and bobs to repair things like nails, door hinges,
Mm-hmm.
spare lumber. It's a storage area,
Right.
As well as but there's no foodstuffs on this side of the area. As you came down here, you did notice that there were like dry good foods on the eastern side of the room,
Right.
but nothing
That's
on
what
the
I
western
was-
side.
Do I find on the
Man-
eastern side?
As you head to the eastern side, you see the rotund man coming down here, looking surprised. They said there was a murder. What happened?
Turn around. I'm going to be bringing everyone upstairs. You do, my friend. I turn over to the gentleman next to me
Mansant will nod and head back upstairs.
and look
Durant.
Do
back
I
at...
find
Will
in the
I'm not doing that.
foodstuffs?
Mhm.
Do I find any beans?
yeah, there's a big old stack of beans. Big old stack of beans. One of them appears to be missing. So there's like a big old stack, and there's very clearly one bag has been removed. Durant will nod and wordlessly kind of step back and head up the stairs.
and look back to Mary. When you are ready, my dear, please return with us upstairs.
Okay, I just need a moment.
Of course. All right. And then I'll head up. Let Xander. You can investigate this. You seem to be very observant.
Indeed.
If you find anything, let us know.
You got it. So we're going to take a little second here to go up to the second floor. So on the second floor, Bastion has moved up here looking for anyone on the second floor of the building. and Louie followed. And what the two of them found is that the second floor of the building is illuminated in the amber light of multiple candles. The area overlooks the stage and a few of the tables on the first floor. But sitting up here, there do appear to be two guests. The first is a gentlemanly older human male, tall and stoic looking. His long frame and formal clothes seem to make him stand out a bit from the common citizen. He seems, in one word, stuffy. The other person at the table is an older human woman dressed in simple but elegant fashions, fine spun and embroidered clothes denoting their expense. Her features are faded with age, but she carries a refined beauty, even if it's crisscrossed with the occasional wrinkle. Her poise and expression signal to those around her that she is above the simple affairs of the common folk.
Louie looks at Bastion.
Hey, Bastion looks at the two of these people and seems make a sense motive, Louie.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, make a sense motive. Bastion seems a little bit trepidatious. He seems apprehensive to interrupt these two people for some reason.
Is everything okay?
Yeah. Everything's fine. Hey, you two. There's been a murder, so we need you both to come downstairs because there's somebody died, and we got to ask some questions.
We just want to make sure that we rule out every innocent person.
The man will stand up. He's about 6'6", so he's oddly tall.
Louie just looks up at him at his 5'5" height.
He's oddly tall, and he looks down at Louie and says, "The mistress has been up here the entire time, as have I. We are above reproach in whatever has transpired below.
Oh.
So we must
you're one of
decline your
those.
request."
All right. Well, here's the thing. No one's seen you up here other than you two as far as we know. I did hear one of you scream, and Louie's not going to imply one or the other.
The noble lady kind of raises an eyebrow and kind of purses her lips in annoyance.
Louie's shoulders kind of roll back a little as he talks. So, in order to make sure that you're innocent as you claim to be, we would appreciate it if you come down. The owner of this establishment's partner has been murdered.
The noblewoman finally opens her mouth and speaks. "Tovers, we'd better get along with it. They aren't going to relent this time." She gets up, and he turns and says, "Very good, ma'am."
Louie kind of pulls back his chin a little as he looks at this woman, his eyes narrowing.
Yeah, she appears to be some kind of noble based on the expense of her clothing and much more clearly based on her demeanor and poise. She has clearly grown up or has been living in the noble's sphere her entire life. She is a person who exudes confidence and control.
Louie will give a sarcastic bow to her and then move out of
Save
her
it.
way.
And she'll walk down the stairs with Tovers following behind.
You okay? Louie looks at Bastion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay. It's just like sometimes those kind of people kind of give me the spooks, you know.
Well, I hate them, so I'll handle it next time.
He'll when you say that, he's gonna reach a hand out and like pat you on the shoulder.
Which one?
Your right shoulder.
He winces.
This shit again.
This shit again.
Which shoulder?
Yeah. Oh shit.
That's hysterical.
You got like an injury or something?
Please don't touch me.
Bastion
It's
stops
fucking
and like
hand-shaped, I swear to God.
Bastion will just like stand up there for a second by himself and sigh and goes, "All right." And then we'll head down to the first floor. Upon arriving at the first floor, you find that Tovers and Lady Kasara have made their way into the main area and taken a seat at one of the longer tables.
Excuse me, Mr. Strong person man. Are there any more
Yes.
exits other than the front?
Oh, sorry.
You're asking Durant?
Yeah.
The man in hunter's clothes?
Yep.
Okay.
Durant,
He turns
Durant.
and says, yeah, there's a kitchen entrance. And he kind of thumbs to the right.
May I go in there to lock it, just in case?
He shrugs. It's not my place. This is Tessa's.
You work here, right?
No?
Oh.
I'm like a friend of the family. Kinda. He scratches the back of his neck. It's kind of complicated.
No, it's all right. And then he turns over to the Shamish follower next to him. You were in the kitchen earlier. Do you work here?
I know my way around a kitchen or two. Yes, and he pats his stomach. One of my favorite things to do is to cook meals. So, I pass by here often enough that I've known
I'm
Miri
gonna-
and Tessa for
gotta
many
go
years.
Lock the door.
Oh, all right. Farewell.
Did you find those beans?
Yes, he had said that he found them previously after exiting the downstairs.
All right. So Louie, you go up to the door and you are able to lock the door.
Okay.
Wait, everybody in here but Mary?
Mansant is going to indicate toward the bowl of stew next to Zu'lin and say, I found the beans. They were there in the cellar. I mean, as I said, I've been here a number of times, and they are a bit short-handed here, so I try to help out where I can.
It's a shame.
It is a shame. You're right. So meanwhile, in the basement, Miri is going to say some prayers over Tessa and then look to Xander and say, what do you intend to do?
Just a little bit of investigation.
Do you need me to leave?
That would probably be ideal.
All right, I'll wait upstairs, she says,
Nod.
and turns and goes back to the first floor, leaving Xander alone with the body until a few moments later, Louie approaches from the east.
Are you okay?
Yes. Why wouldn't I be?
I was just asking.
Are you okay?
Not great. It's not the first time I've seen, but I'm not good at it.
Well, in that case, you probably don't want to step too much closer because this might
I was
be a little
I was gonna stay
unpleasant.
here. I just don't think anyone should be alone.
I agree. I was going to have someone brought down to watch me, but this works. I am going to make a couple of checks for you.
Please
Would
do.
a heal check be blind or...
Heal check does not have to be blind, no.
Okay. So I will make a check or two for you.
All right. Xander, you take a look at the body, And near as you can tell, there is the strong smell of wine around her, soaked into her hair and head area more, but not her clothes. So it's like her head and face and hair are wet with wine, but the rest of her clothes aren't.
Interesting.
You also note that the blood seems to have come from the fact that her throat has been slit. But something's odd about it.
Okay. What in particular?
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So with your checks there, you're actually going to glean some additional information. One thing that you note that's very interesting, or peculiar even, is that the blood that has pooled around her, there's no spray. So if someone was to cut someone's throat while they were alive, there would typically be in what's known as an arterial spray. Like usually your blood pressure causes that blood to eject in kind of a violent manner for some time before your heart gives out. In this case, it looks like the throat was slit post-mortem. And this is more just blood draining via like gravity out of the body than anything else. So it's almost as if someone slit the throat of this person after they were already dead.
I see. Okay. She's lying face down, right?
Yeah, she's lying face down.
Excellent. Okay. Xander will get to his feet if that's all that he intuits from this. And
that's what you find from the body, yeah, is that the head and hair they smell of wine, and the neck has been slit post-mortem.
Okay. Do I notice there is an uncorked there's an open cask nearby?
Yeah, there's a busted cask next to you, and then there's an open cask to the southwest.
Is there any spilled wine anywhere around the open cask?
No, actually, there's not.
Okay.
Everything okay?
There are a couple of curiosities about the condition of the body.
Oh, okay.
Would you like me to tell you now, or should we discuss in a group setting?
It's okay.
To the former or the latter?
The first one.
I see. Her hair and her head seem to be soaked, but the rest of her clothing appears to be dry. Additionally, it seems that her throat has been slit. But from the pattern of blood on the ground, it appears that gravity has done most of the work in spreading that blood. So it seems almost as if her throat was slit after
So
she'd already died.
Killed her?
Does she seem to have any kind of like contusions or anything on the back of her head?
You don't notice any blunt force injury or trauma of any kind. So it doesn't. Her body bears no other physical damage than her throat being slit open.
I have a hypothesis, but I feel like I would like to speak to the others
Of course.
before I speculate.
If her throat is slit, do you think someone hit a weapon?
Likely.
There's an open casket, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking you to reach down there, but if someone gently put a weapon in there. Right? Like that could be a possibility, right?
It could be. I mean, would you like me to put my arm in there?
I don't know. It could be poisoned.
Xander is going to
wait.
go over and stick his arm in.
Louie can't
Okay,
go much
Xander.
farther.
You reach your hand into the open cask of wine.
It burns away.
It melts your arm. You die. You stick your arm in, and you feel around for a while. And at first, you think it's just wine, but then something does kind of brush past your hand, like something's floating, submerged halfway down this cask. It's sort of gloppy and goopy almost. Do you want to try to grab it and fetch it out?
Indeed.
All right, you pull something out, and at first it just looks like a hunk of gunk. But then as you kind of begin to pull it and like turn it over and look at it, you realize that it's actually some kind of paper that has folded in and kind of gotten gunky and soaked in with wine.
Okay.
But you can try to unfurl it and read it if you'd like.
Sure.
Let's see. So this is going to be a bit of a tricky thing because paper, when it's submerged in water, can get very delicate. So
Of course.
if you'd like to attempt this, I would like a sleight of hand check
Okay.
to try to do this without ruining the paper.
Sure.
Um,
Xander will, before he opens it, he will tell Louie that he's found some soggy paper.
Okay. Are you... Maybe you could dry it before...
Indeed.
I mean,
I
we
don't think
can't
there's
heat
any-
it up. It's wine. Louie just looks up at him.
I think this requires delicate finger work, and
That great and illustrious guy, he has tiny fingers.
you're right. His fingers did seem smaller in comparison.
Louis puts his hands behind his back as he speaks.
Sorry, who?
He did also say that he had mystery as one of his many skills.
Maybe he'd be good at that. It's either that or the man who's taking notes. I think he might be good.
Perhaps, shall we take this to them?
Okay. Yeah. You're really calm about this whole dead body thing.
It's just a body.
Louis stops and turns to look at Xander with a confused expression. That was a person.
I agree. And like you said before, when you were by the fire, I shouldn't worry about things that I have no control over. No? If I was worried and unable to reach into that cask of wine, then this wouldn't be solved.
Okay.
Two of you head back to the first floor. You find Valentino, Stavik, Zu'lin at the bar. Miri is leaning up against the back of the bar, sort of in a, almost in a trance, and the other two people are sitting at the bar, kind of looking worried about the whole situation.
And as soon as the others show up, as soon as Xander and Louie show up, Valentino's going to jump up on top of the bar. All right. As all of you may have heard, there has been a murder. However, there is good news as well. For the great Valentino is on the case, so you can be assured that justice will be delivered. I applaud your temperament in withholding your applause. It is a time for serious action. So, we will be interrogating each of us, one by one. We will discern who it is. Because committed this. And then we will bring him to justice.
This is crazy. Durant will speak up. Why would anyone kill Tessa?
That is what I'm going to find out.
She
Perhaps
owned this
you will know.
place, right?
I mean, with Miri, yeah. I mean, it's technically Miri's family's land, but you know they're together, so I mean, yeah.
We'll continue. This sounds relevant. Or
Is that a bolt of brilliance?
No,
from Louie?
it's not a bolt of brilliance.
Oh,
Let me
okay.
die.
Okay, I didn't know. There was a light bulb. I wasn't sure if
It was
Louis had
on
figured
there
something out.
before when we were messing with them.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
it was appropriately timed.
It was, yeah. I
It
thought it
was.
was like, oh, Louis obviously figured something out. Okay,
Yes.
let's go.
Xander is going to look at Valentino and he's going to say, "Who do you propose conducts this alongside you?"
Well, I shall interrogate you first, and if you prove to be innocent, then you can help me out with this.
Certainly.
Have you met any of these people before?
No.
Where were you? Let's see, how long have we been here?
Several
You've been
hours?
here for maybe an hour or 2 hours, something like that.
Where were you 2 hours ago?
Outside in the rain, approaching this location.
These are the questions you're picking to ask?
Well, this is where you start. You get an alibi.
Okay.
Zu'lin's gonna get up. He's just finished his
Well,
drink, so he's just gonna go over to his alchemy station real quick, and on the back he's going to grab a contraption and bring it back with him to the bar area.
Okay.
Question. Sitting next to me is Mansant. Can I
Yeah.
do a perception check to see if I notice any blood or spilled wine on them?
Sure. Yeah. Make a perception check. It is blind though, so make sure to set it to that.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. You try to peer at Mensant's hands and get a sense of him and try to smell him, and he smells like soup. I guess is the way to put it. He smells like soup. But no, he doesn't seem to have any stains or anything on him. For as much as he loves food, he appears to be a careful eater.
Louie's going to lean closer to Xander. If we can find someone that we think probably did it, I can do something that makes it a little easier to confess.
I think I may be able to help as well.
Okay.
Now, I have not seen the body quite yet. What was the method of execution, if I may ask?
Louie looks at Xander.
Yeah, turn back to the pair of them.
If possible, I would actually prefer also to see the body at some point.
Xander is going to look at Zu'lin, and he's going to say, then perhaps it might be a good idea for you to do a separate investigation of the body, and that way we can put our notes together and compare without my suggestions perhaps tainting
You
your
should
perception.
go with someone else too, since I was with him in the initial inspection.
I'll go. Bastion steps forward.
Wonderful.
It'll be just like the book.
I shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes.
Yeah, all right, let's go.
Zu'lin's going to grab his contraption, and from what you can tell, it looks like a heavily modified crossbow. Like, It looks quite odd. It has almost like a tube on the top,
Does
like
it-
a metal tube.
Does
it
it
has-
say any, does it say anything on the
Does it
side?
say anything more?
It does have a some livery on the side. All you can really make out is RD,
Mm. Mm-hmm.
with a little bit of like a nice design around it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna go down these stairs to the.
You got
Downstairs.
it. Bastion's falling right behind you.
We should probably also check and see if anyone has blood or wine under their fingertips.
Indeed. From this point on, I would suggest everybody stay within sight. Try not to go off on your own.
Great. Alright, I suppose alibis are useless. We know that everyone in this room had arrived after or before the murder occurred. So everyone's a viable suspect.
And no one has been able to leave.
It takes very little effort for me to say that you, pointing to other player characters, are certainly equipped to be quite deadly.
I really doubt that.
So, when I've meant to ask before, and I didn't want to like interrupt the pacing of things. When Louie was out and we found him blacked out,
Yeah.
does he have like any sort of weapons or a spell book or?
He has a
cane?
spell book.
Like he's a spell book.
Yeah.
Not all individuals carry a spell book with them.
I'm
That's
very
a touch
new
of
at
culprit
this.
power.
I can tell you that.
Well, it's the principle of it remains. We have remain suspects. Even myself, for indeed I am quite.
If
I
you
am as
think I
deadly as
did
I am
it,
beautiful.
go ahead and interrogate me.
Well, as I said, alibis do not do us much use. But I imagine those of us who are travelers, infrequent to this place, have little to no motive. Have you ever been here before?
No, this is my
Of
first
yours.
time in Burgos.
And then I presume to say that you've never spoken with the deceased or any of the others present.
I don't think I actually talked to her at all. Well, you know,
That's too bad. She was nice. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted.
Valentino, make a blind perception check.
You got it. That means I close my eyes while I roll, right?
Yeah, that's it. When you say that compliment about Tessa, you can see that an expression of pain goes across Durant's face for a moment before he puts back on his stoic pouting mask.
You don't agree, my friend?
What?
Oh, I must
What are
have
you talking
misjudged
about?
your expression. Like, perhaps it was indigestion that caused you to be so displeased at that particular comment.
Complicated. That's all.
Would you care to explain those complications? Need I remind you, there has been a murder.
I know there's been a murder.
And the situation is deadly serious.
oh my god.
It's not just that Tessa was nice. Tessa was amazing, all right?
I see.
And now she's gone.
I want to sense motive that. I want to know what their
Same.
relationship is.
Do it.
Very
Same.
I would
sus.
like to do the same.
These all blind.
Yep.
Since motive is blind, yes.
Just like love.
Yeah. Stavik, you can't get a good read on what's going on with his voice.
Damn it.
But Xander and Louie, the two of you, you can pick up that he is definitely hurting. That this is an oddly personal thing, and he seems quite devastated about the turn of events.
Can I
Or,
pick up on it?
I mean, roll a sense motive.
Did it not roll?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, sorry, Valentino, you also picked that up. Apologies.
Okay.
Yeah.
No worries.
So Valentino, Xander, Louie, you can hear this undercurrent of pain in his voice that he's trying his best to hide.
May I ask how you were related to her?
We're not related.
No, I mean, like, are you friends? Are you something?
I mean, we grew up in the same village. I mean, I've known her my whole life, and like, he kind of glances to his side, looking over at Miri, and then kind of lowers his voice. And I just sort of always thought that me and Tessa would end up together, you know?
Louis looks sad.
And I'm sure your heart burns for justice as well.
If I found out who did it, I'd slit their throat.
Well, we will do due process.
Maybe you shouldn't use that phrasing.
Actually, look over. Why not?
When the
It's just we have a grieving partner in the vicinity.
yeah.
Well, yes. I
Perhaps
mean,
we should be a little more sensitive.
Can I? Only Stavik would have noticed the pair over in the corner, the
Yeah.
Lady Tovers and Lady Kasara and Tovers.
Yeah, the two well-dressed folks in the room, yeah. Well, there's actually 3 well-dressed folks in the room, but you literally haven't paid a single attention to the third one yet.
I thought bro was riling up
Not
people.
at all.
I'm giving Xander attention. What are you
Stavik would
talking
look at
about?
them and
True.
he would see their dress and think they're a little extra.
A little overdressed for a tavern, right?
Yeah. I'd like to do a sense or a knowledge nobility to see
Sure.
if they would
I mean, it's going to be, without them displaying any kind of heraldry, you're just hoping to recognize their faces. So
yeah.
it's going to be a toughie. So go ahead and make a knowledge nobility and we'll see.
Is that another blind?
No, knowledges are open.
Okay.
Yeah, there's only 4 rolls that need to be blind. That's perception, sense motive, stealth, and survival.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, Stavik,
Nope.
you
They're probably
have
not nobles. They're probably
no
fake nobles.
idea who these people are. You're not even sure if they're nobles. Maybe they're just like traveling performers that dress up as nobles.
This might be the queen of Daraham.
It's true. Did you find the queen?
Yep.
Milady.
You found Matilda.
Schnookums?
She looks good for her age.
Nope. I don't recognize him at all.
Could we look downstairs real quick so we can
Yes.
do some investigating?
Mm-hmm.
Do.
All right. So, going down, I don't think Zu'lin can see the best in the dark, so he'll just follow the lantern light.
Sure.
And once I get here, am I able to find the slit throat?
Yes,
Great.
you make it to the body. The lantern's still there, illuminating the area. You find the body. You find the slit throat. The fact that all the information given to you so far, or gleaned to you so far from the description from Xander, you have already learned.
All right, I'd like to make a heal check just to see if I can glean anything else off of the body.
Okay.
Just as a base.
Gotcha. So, like, how deep are we going on this?
Well,
I guess is the question.
Well, first, just base. I just want to look at what I see, just without moving much.
Just without moving the body, face
other
down.
Other than
yeah.
like the throat.
Sure,
Like
sure.
I'll turn them over a bit so I can see their
Okay.
throat and stuff. But
Yeah, you turn them over. So you flip them onto their back. You can see their throat has been slashed open. But
horrible.
yeah, Zu'lin, as you looked over the body, you have trouble finding anything else of note.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have Bastion check this out as well because why not? He's down here. He has +0 at this. Amazing. Yeah. So that's a pair of nat ones there from the two of you.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
So he's still
About
drunk.
right.
He's still drunk. He's like, wait, did she
Three
just
nat ones
breathe?
in a row.
I think she's still breathing.
Yeah. I'll put my finger to her slit throat.
The blood has cooled. This person is obviously dead. You can at least determine that much.
Let me do a few tests. You're not squeamish around needles, are you?
Oh, hell nah. Nothing really makes me squeamish. No. I grew up in a really, really bad spot, so like I got like immunity to most of this stuff. Do your worst, man.
So Zu'lin is going to.
The visitor, stop! What are you doing?
What the fuck?
Take that out of your mouth.
It tastes something.
Oh god, now I know why he has a beak.
Because
So-
there's a beak under there.
Actually, his tongue.
Oh, no. So what do you do?
So Zu'lin is going to perform an operation. He gets two these needles out, and in the second one, he's going to draw out some blood.
Okay.
Try some blood work.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it seems quite clear that this individual died due to the damage to their neck. But we could also test their blood, see if there's anything in there.
Yeah, that makes sense. How do you
Poison-wise.
test blood?
Well, I have a few proteins that can denature specific red cells out, and we could see a change if there's a presence of poison.
That sounds cool. Yeah, do it. Let's see it.
And so, yep, I grab these out,
Work your magic, masked man.
and I'm going to, once I have retrieved these, I'm going to step back out, and I'll grab the lantern so I can see better.
Okay. So in that case, I will put the lantern light on your character directly and remove it from the scene.
Right. And we're going to
There you
make
go.
our way back up.
You are now a light source, and Bastion will follow you back out. All right.
Operation.
Yeah, she died from a throat being slit, man. That was crazy.
Louie looks at Xander.
Xander puts his face in his hands very, very briefly.
It does seem to be the main cause of death, but I would like to do some research at my station. Please continue your conversations. And Zu'lin's gonna go over, use this blood and see if he can find any kind of generic poisons that he would have worked with before.
Okay.
See if there's any reactions with the blood
Okay.
that would
So-
seem similar.
So we'll handle that with a craft alchemy, if that's all right with you.
You got it. Come on, baby. That's going to be a 29.
Damn.
29.
Golly.
So, Zu'lin,
Slightly better this time.
you take the blood, you put it in a suspension, you denature it with some protein additives, and after your work, you manage to isolate something within the blood, and you extract out a trace amount of a foreign agent within the blood. There appears to be something in there that should not be, and it is caustic and dangerous. It does appear to be poison.
Ooh. How interesting. And how long do you think this probably took? Probably at least 10 minutes.
Yeah. So you can do that for like 10 or so minutes. The rest of the party can converse while you're making that discovery.
Question for you, Beardy.
Yes.
With our perception checks, would that have included stuff like going through her pockets?
You did not specify, I guess.
I
but
was
if you-
just asking to make sure.
Okay. Yes. If you'd like to examine the body completely, like, you're welcome to do that. I assumed you just were checking for like major, like obvious injuries or signs of death.
Sure.
How thorough would you have been? I guess.
Xander would have been very thorough in his second check.
Okay.
So
To the point of
he
like
would have
removing
been-
clothing.
he would have been checking pockets and then also like doing like a hand examination like around like the body under clothing, but not removing it necessarily.
Okay. In that case, yeah, you found what you found.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
And that paper, though, which you have not shared that yet.
Yeah, I was waiting.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Louis just over here tapping their foot.
Is it possible if we show Mr. Valentino or Bastion?
I think that's probably a good idea.
What's
Show me what?
what's up?
Dan.
Which of you have really good hands?
There are none better.
Oh,
Ah!
you're joking, right?
Please.
I mean,
Please don't.
I have been told by lots of folks that I have magic in these fingers.
I really don't want this conversation to be
I've been
happening.
told.
I cannot tell you how much I am not interested in this conversation.
Would the two of you be willing to try out a little contest to see who's better with their fingers?
Can you do
I
actual
mean,
magic?
all right. Who's the woman that needs pleasing?
Xander is going to reach into.
It doesn't have to be a woman. I'll take whoever.
Noted.
You know, noted, man. You do you, and he'll offer you a fist bump.
Go for it without like looking away.
Louis now
Xander's gonna reach
feels
into his stuff.
very uncomfortable being in the middle of all this.
He's gonna pull out what seem to be two green balls. They seem to be some sort of like plant material that have been kind of like rolled up, and there's like a little bloom of color in between. He's going to
I don't know if we
hand.
have time for that man right now.
He's going to
We're in the
hand
middle of-
one to each of them, and he's going to say, "I would like you to take this apart without damaging any of the leaves or the petals."
All right. I mean, fair warning. I have had a little bit to drink,
So is
but I'll do my
Valentino.
best.
A little.
All right. Bastion will nod and begin going to work on it.
What kind of
So,
check would this be?
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. Ah, yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Where?
Good luck beating Bastion.
Well, I got my competitive bonus here. Yeah, it probably. I mean, where is it? Oh, there we are. It's proper skill this time. Oh, I rolled it privately. I don't even know I rolled.
That's fine. I can reveal it.
Okay.
It's good. It's good,
Hey.
Valentino. It's real good. So Valentino, you do your best with that. You know, with being very careful with your work, and you do reasonably good. And then Bastion will look and kind of nod, and then go about it himself, and his fingers just kind of like almost move on their own without him even thinking about it.
Huh.
And then he shows the results there to Xander.
So as he pulled this apart, you would notice that it was a jasmine flower wrapped up with leaves into a little ball.
It's pretty.
Is that tea?
Yes, it is.
I can put them back in the balls. Watch this.
Um,
That wasn't bad though. That was
I kind of want
pretty...
to. I kind of want to eat it.
no. That looks pretty unique. I am
I
curious
will-
about the jasmine, though. At some point, can I talk to you about that?
Certainly, we can discuss the tea
So that was
later.
good to know. What
So-
was these for?
So, like, what was the point of that? Like,
Oh my
just
god!
to have
gonna-
us compete again?
He's gonna pull out a slip of paper that seems to be soggy from where it was dunked in the barrel, and he's going to explain. We discovered this at the scene of the crime, and it seems to be something that requires very delicate fingers, or else the evidence might be destroyed.
I want to cast prestidigitation to separate the wine from the paper by cleaning it.
All right.
Before you do that, with the mentioning of the paper, I'd like to do a perception check for both Durant and Mansant.
Sure.
See if they reacted from that.
Okay.
Perception.
I'd like to look at the wife.
Miri is looking on curiously at this whole thing, but she has an expression of just deep pain on her face.
Okay.
Stavik, it appears that Mensant and Durant both seem to have no reaction.
Okay.
Other than just watching with curiosity.
Okay.
Bastion will kind of shrug and nod to Valentino. I mean, yeah, you go for it, man.
Just please be careful. I think it's fragile.
Did my prestidigitation clean it, make it less soggy?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
The paper's still pretty frail, so.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sure, go for it. Oh boy, it's a 16.
16. You try to you begin to unfurl it, but now that it's dry, it's kind of cracking and breaking, and you manage to get it mostly open, but it's difficult.
Cast mending on it as it's breaking.
Okay, that takes 10 minutes.
Yeah, boy.
I mean, we're doing an investigation. Yeah, if it breaks to the
That's
point
fine.
that it damages legibility, I'll just mend it. If it doesn't,
Yeah.
then
So, you end up kind of cracking it open a little bit. You get it mostly unfurled, but it's damaged to the point of being illegible. So you begin casting mending on it to maybe recover some of the text. So while Valentino is doing that for 10 minutes, what is the rest of the party doing? Other than, I guess, Zu'lin being finished with his part now.
How's the soup?
Mansant looks over at Stavik. What? What do you mean?
How is the soup?
I gave it to the man in the mask. Not you, the other man in the... Why are there so many men with masks tonight?
That's a good question.
I mean... no, it's sitting there. There's more in the kitchen if you're hungry.
Yeah, I am actually.
Yeah, well, I mean, the man in the mask didn't even touch that one, so you may as well just dig in. And he points to a bowl sitting just to your left or to your right on the.
I would recommend we do not eat anything in this establishment at the moment. The woman downstairs was poisoned at some point. It appears.
Louie gives another look to Xander.
He's gonna nod.
Okay. Excuse me, miss, and Louie will go up to the nicely dressed elven woman?
Yeah, you see a ravishingly beautiful elven woman with long purple hair and exquisite looks. Her stance and expression give her away as someone who is used to being the center of attention.
Sorry you have to compete with me.
Hi, miss.
It's Penelope. It's
Penelope.
Nice to meet you,
Louie. My name's
Louie. It's nice to meet you, Louie. What seems
He
to be the trouble?
Holds
other
out
than,
his left hand to shake.
I guess a grisly murder, and she'll kind of put her fingers into the palm of your hand and kind of do this really like
He'll lean forward and
limp,
kiss it.
loose shake. It's really an infuriatingly bad handshake.
Yeah. He's gonna try to switch it around so he leans forward and kisses it so that it seems a little smoother.
Yeah. She kind of grimaces just a little bit at the
That's
kiss on her
fine.
hand, but that's about it. So there was a murder apparently.
Yeah.
It's just my luck.
What do you mean?
I mean, half the reason I'm here is because of murders already. It's like
What?
I have the worst luck. I think the gods cursed me, to be honest.
Back up. What murders have you been experiencing?
You really don't know who I am, do you?
I don't know a lot of people in this place. I kind of
She
choose
seems-
not
Alright,
to
you
know.
didn't know
more
me either.
annoyed. She seems more annoyed than anything.
I'm the murder queen of the South.
Am I
know.
supposed to know who you are?
Obviously, you don't. So,
I'm from all over, so that's
of
not really
course, a
surprising.
traveler, a world traveler. I'm from Luciana, and recently,
Can I do a
my what's that?
What fucking check is that? Geography?
Geography or history? I'll give you either.
Jesus. 25.
You know that Luciana is a nearby large city in the nation of Burgos. If you were to leave the crossing inn, go across the river to the west, and then follow the road to the south rather than the north, you would arrive at Luciana in about 3 to 4 days.
Sorry, it's my first time in Burgos.
If you went to north, you'd go to Cañas in about a day.
And
Sometimes it's more.
is that supposed to mean something?
Well, there's been a spate of problems in Luciana, and it has cost me my job. So I was on my way, actually heading over to Pinterest to see if I could get into their theater scene. I wouldn't be caught dead in Cañas. That place smells of fish.
Oh, you're a performer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm a performer.
Like opera?
Among many other things, but yes.
Cool.
But as I said, there were murders, and my theater was closed because apparently they can't seem to catch the killer. So I pulled my stakes and paid out and left. And I'm on my way to Pinterest to make something actually happen in the art scene, and now I find myself trapped in this place with another murderer. So as I said, I think the gods have cursed me.
This is a far-fetched question. Is anyone here from that place that you recognize?
Yeah, her.
The tall man to your west, Louie, is going to clear his throat in a meaningful manner.
All right. He's going to just stand there, and while he's going to look at her fingernails, just out of habit.
Mm-hmm. Penelope's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably anyone's who's close enough to look at. 24.
Sure. You look at the perceptions are blind, but that's fine.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. So you take a look at the nails of Penelope and anyone else around you, and Penelope's nails are very well taken care of. They've obviously been painted and shaped into these delicate little points. They look to be the well taken care of hands of an actor. But the man to your west is going to clear his throat in a meaningful way, as if to get your attention.
Yeah.
You look over at him and he says, Lady Dupree is of one of the greater noble houses of the city of Luciana.
Uh-huh. So you all know each other?
Penelope looks over and shrugs and says, I mean, we've been in the same circles a few times. Nobles do love to patronize the arts, after all.
Right.
I'll say.
Thank you for answering my questions. And he returns to Xander's side.
Xander is going to look at Valentino, Bro, Louie, Stavik, and Zu'lin in turn. and he's going to say, "Could we speak privately before we continue the investigations?"
Yeah, the upstairs you can see from the downstairs, so that's not private, but there were rooms up there.
Miri will chime up and say, just behind you there, it's a private bath.
Louie shudders when he started walking over there.
Perfect.
Okay.
No, you walk up to the entrance to the bathroom.
Guess we're going in the bathroom.
Looking inside,
together.
you find 2 large basin tubs and a number of smaller wash buckets. The room is illuminated with a couple of sconces that burn with a nice, comfortable amber light.
Bastion, come on.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Part of this investigation, aren't you, bro?
Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking about bridges.
It's very
What?
noble of you.
Somebody say something.
They need
As one
maintenance,
does.
that's for sure.
I amended this note. I hope. I figured that was 10 real-time minutes.
Yeah, it's
Hopefully
fine.
10.
Yeah, so Valentino, you mend the note, and you note that the...
Take note of the note.
You take note of the note, and what you find is that it appears to be still very difficult to read. Your mending did manage to put the paper back together, but that doesn't necessarily bring back all the writing on it. So it is a damaged piece of paper, but what you see is a drawing of a large grapevine embossed in gold. There are some words, but they're basically illegible.
Shit.
Like there's like one word, and then like you think it's a number after it, but it's incredibly hard to read.
Fuck.
Well, I've taken note of this note, but I don't know who wrote the note.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so it doesn't look so much
Okay.
like a note now that it's been repaired. With the sort of embossed gold picture of a grapevine, you have a feeling that this is in fact not a note at all. You think this is a label.
Oh, okay. Like that kind of last.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to...
Does this belong to the cast goes on? Yes, you wanted to speak with us. Let's get to that first.
Yes, the reason I wanted to bring you all in here is because we have been sharing elements of the investigation with potential suspects. And obviously, all of us here could potentially be suspects as well. But based on very circumstantial evidence and the timeline that I've tried to put together in my head, I feel like it is very unlikely that it is one of us.
Okay. That's comforting to not be in a room with a murderer, so...
Well,
Probably.
at least one not
Hopefully.
involved with this investigation, at least.
Louis'
That's all we
face
can
goes
ask for.
pale.
I mean, they're not wrong, but it's the matter at hand. Who do you believe?
Or it could be anyone at this point. But as long as nobody can enter or leave, whether or not they know we suspect them is no matter.
We know
That is true.
that they cannot get off this island.
This is correct. But we do have one advantage here, and it's the control of the flow of information. Once we reveal all the aspects of the murder and that we know how everything was committed, then we can't use that to our advantage. So I just wanted to make sure that when we tell them information, we were being very careful about how we were sharing that information with them.
Yes, of course. Gently apply it to add pressure to the real killer.
Precisely.
Zu'lin,
You
we
believe,
are
you
closing
believe
in
that there
like
was
a pack of
poison
wolves.
involved.
Yes, I was able to extract some form of caustic agent within the blood, which would mean that the actual death was covered up, which means there might be at least 2 culprits.
Potentially. It also seemed that from my investigation of the body that the throat was slit after she'd already died, perhaps to cover up the death via poisoning, and there was no blunt trauma to the back of the head, which suggested that the broken cask on the ground did not actually fall on her and therefore kill her. So there may be multiple suspects potentially, but definitely a cover-up.
Shit.
We only know of 2 people that went into the basement, correct?
That we know of.
But if it was poison, then they may not have needed. Could
We
have been
never-
anyone who provided food to her at any point.
We never checked the east side of the room.
I checked.
I mean,
You did?
I think I did. I remember rolling for it, but I don't remember bringing it up.
I just... Okay. Not to agree with Bastion, but there are plenty of books that have secret entrances and stuff.
Bastion is going to have the biggest smile on his face right now.
Don't even say anything.
Shit-eating grin. Nice.
Don't.
I think it's a good point.
He steps closer to Louie.
No, don't touch me.
He leans in a little bit. Let's solve this case.
You got it, bub.
Oh
Actually,
man,
I prefer the term bro. I believe.
this is gonna be just like the book. So we get out there and we point at the one that we know did it, and we say
No. You...
Jacques Hughes, right? That's how it works, right?
Stop.
No.
Let's have it
What?
later. We have to work up to that.
Zu'lin, how long
Okay,
do
like,
you
so
think
you
that...
did it.
Attention.
Zu'lin, how long do you think that poison would have taken to... If
It was-
once ingested?
It wasn't alcohol.
Was I able to glean anything
you
about
were
the type of poison, really?
not as much. You were able to detect the presence of poison, but you were able to tell that it was, say, in this case, an ingested poison that would have probably been fairly powerful.
Did
Based on the trace amount of it you found in the blood. If that was enough to kill a person, it must have been a fairly strong poison. But you are not able to identify the specific type of poison
Did Tessa
with just a
drink
simple test.
something when she came to the bar after her show?
You're not sure.
Shit.
Unfortunately, my friend, I do not have a large enough quantity of the poison to retrieve enough information about it, but I can tell you it was ingested.
No offense, but I don't really have faith in people's partners.
As far as I...
Perhaps, but we can't
unfortunately-
expect her to act rationally if accused, so...
I'm not saying we accuse her. I'm
Well, no,
saying
but
we...
there is no way to really... I've been thinking about this. I don't know how to really approach it.
There are, to my knowledge, there's 3 types of crimes. Crimes of passion, crimes of profit, and crimes of revenge.
I don't know, I'm pretty
And-
passionate about profit and revenge.
There's defense, too.
Bastion will just
Indeed.
laugh at that.
And then there's also just completely circumstantial. Exactly. But one thing that I would say is if this poison is as strong as you say, and we are supposing, and this is a supposition, that the killer did not want people to know that they were poisoning her, does that not mean that she would have had to consume the poison relatively close to the time where she actually died? Or else people would discover the fact that she just fell over dead?
Yeah.
It is also the potential this was the reason that she was so bad at performing.
How long do you think the poison would have taken to kill her? Based
I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, Zu'lin, but she was pretty dog shit.
Bro, that is not nice to speak ill of the dead.
They're just outside.
Please.
Oh man, it was really dog shit. Really
Zu'lin.
bad guard that died.
That is your name, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Zu'lin Crowbottom.
I take it that you are very well versed with potions and poisons and chemicals.
That I am.
I hate to suggest it, but there is potentially a way to obtain a larger quantity of said poison.
What?
What are you planning?
Well, I could attempt to recreate it or dilute it. Is there another remedy that you are proposing?
No, I was just suggesting that we have a great quantity of potentially tainted liquid downstairs, and if we're assuming the victim drank it, perhaps collecting the sample that way would allow you to...
Supposing the wine downstairs is tainted? Or
Well,
potentially the stomach?
I think there's a chance that it's the open cask, because if you remember correctly, her head and her hair were covered in wine, but the rest of her wasn't, despite the broken cask next to her, almost as if it was dunked inside a wine container, potentially.
They were drowned? What if the poison was
Drowned
inside
poison
the...
in her throat.
That
I
is-
don't want to be fucking thorough.
That is a potential, and there is also the potential that the person who put her head in the wine, if we are supposing that's what happened, was not aware that the wine was poisoned. There are lots of possibilities here. We could spend days.
Let's go
Are you
see
saying
if
This
that,
it's
sounds
like,
like a
four
really
people
bad
tried to
mystery
murder each
novel.
other and she just got in the crossfire?
I'm just speaking about possibilities.
It makes for a good book.
Scheiße.
Well, I'm, of course, open to the chance of investigating this wine.
I would also like to examine the body a little bit more thoroughly, now that we know
Agreed.
that she has
The
been poisoned.
contents of the stomach could be very important.
Indeed.
Those are lungs.
I would continue with my interrogation of the others.
Did you examine her throat to see if anything was lodged in there?
Would my second check have involved anything relating to that, Beardy?
You didn't notice any foreign objects within her throat while you were examining, no.
Sure. I did not notice anything of that nature
Okay.
during my first examination, but we can always be a little bit more thorough now that we know more details.
Yeah. All right. So, what's the plan? Who stays up here to watch everyone?
I shall do this.
No, I don't.
They shall
I'm.
not make an ill move under my watch.
I believe it.
Well, if you want.
We should always have someone with someone, all right?
Yes, if you are volunteering, then I could always use the assistance of a squire.
Excuse me?
Well, a bodyguard, backup, follower.
I'm a mercenary, if anything, so sure, you can hire me.
I was referring to,
Oh.
but if you wish to, where
I
thought you were
really don't want to. I mean, I can be in, like, the basement, but I really don't want to get any closer.
I will
You can
stay
leave
up
the
here with
basement investigation to the two of us,
All right.
then.
Yeah, that guy can be your
Scribe.
squire, though. Yep.
You have a spellbook, scribe. There we go. Thing.
Sure. Like I mean.
Man,
Someone's going to need to describe the legend that is being forged here.
I was really hoping we'd be able to come out of here and point at somebody and say Jacques Hughes, you know?
We can do it once we figure out who it is.
You,
Yes, you want to build
get
up.
to do that.
Want to work to it. Like a group of ravenous wolves circling the prey. Or sharks.
I don't think
Or
we should be
yes.
compared to wolves right now.
I mean, sharks are
Pack
pretty
of
Xander,
dragons.
Xander, Zu'lin.
Ooh, like a pack of dragons. Dragons
Yes,
are
a whole
packs,
It's
right?
called a
Well,
horde.
Like
I
a
don't.
pack
I
of
don't
dragons?
know how dragons are organized.
Yes,
When you
friend.
do your examination of the body, please be respectful.
Of course.
This was a person. They
Indeed.
had a life, and now they have, unfortunately, they have left. But they've also left a lot of questions. So, do what you
A lot
must,
of
but
blood.
please be respectful.
Of course.
All right, let's get to it.
Yeah. I'm gonna open the door, okay?
All right.
Yes.
Achoo! Oh wait.
Bastion steps out and like wants to point at somebody and say J'accuse, but he stops
No,
himself.
Louie takes his hand. Stop that.
Ah, damn it. All right, fine.
Can you just chill?
All right, I'm chilled. Chilled.
Stavik is going to go over to Miri.
She's still kind of in a trance almost at this point. She's just like kind of in a state of shock, basically. You can get that sense without making any checks.
Hmm.
She looks up at you. Well, what is it?
Well, I want you to tell me about them. I want you to tell me about Tessa.
Stavik.
She takes a breath in and her lips quiver and she starts crying again.
Dude. And Louie is gonna go up and grab his arm. Can you be respectful?
I'm trying to be respectful. I want him to tell me about the person.
Do you not realize that hurts?
Of course it hurts.
What the fuck is your damage, dude?
Yes, the truth can hurt.
After a few sobs, she tries to like compose herself as best she can, and she says that she's my life. She's my partner. She's the person I wake up with every day, and the person I go to sleep with every night.
Ouch.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah. And Louie's just glaring at Stavik.
I believe David wants you to live.
What the
I believe.
fuck? You think she's trying to kill herself? What the
I don't
fuck
wanna
is
hear
this?
this right now. And she's gonna just turn away from you.
Louie's gonna tug at his sleeve. Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
Stop this.
So while this condolencing is going on,
Sure, whatever you want to
yeah,
call
right?
that.
Condoling out the pain.
yeah, doling out the pain. What is happening in the basement?
Well, we have approached the body as well as the wine barrel.
Excellent.
So Zu'lin's going to take some syringes, collect some samples, as
Okay.
well as puncturing the stomach with one and seeing what liquids he can gather
Okay.
with once again another.
So are you going through the clothes and like stabbing into the stomach, or what?
Xander will strip the body.
Okay. As you do this, you find something else. As you take her shirt up, you see that on her stomach, there appears to be something like an injury, a wound, about in the middle of her stomach. There's a little bit of blood around it, but not much.
Does it seem to be a puncture or?
A laceration, a series of lacerations, actually. Make a heal check if you don't mind. The two of you can. You're welcome to.
Got it. That's a 18 from Zu'lin.
That is a 20 from Xander.
Wonderful. So the
Nice.
two of you take a look at the body. And you can determine with very simple ease that this injury was also inflicted post-mortem based on the lack of bleeding. But what you note about it is that it's very shallow, and it looks like someone just slashed away with a very sharp or jagged instrument and carved something into the stomach of this person. It's not very big. It's only about maybe the size of the palm of your hand. But it's this kind of weird, jagged symbol on their stomach.
A religion check?
Sure. Yeah, knowledge religion if you want to take a look at it.
Sure.
Is that 15?
Yeah, you don't
Is it
recognize the
19?
symbol. 19, you don't recognize it either. If it is a religious symbol, its significance escapes you. It looks kind of like a spiral or a circle, but it has like little like it looks like it was poorly done. Like, I guess is a way to put it. Like, it looks like it was maybe supposed to be a circle, but it's just really kind of jaggedy and crappy. So you think that whoever did it probably just did a really bad job, and maybe it's meant to be like a more common god symbol or something, but it was just really slapdash.
Question, Beardy.
Uh-huh.
I had heard about some of the strange things happening in Luciana. Would I have heard anything about strange symbols?
Not really. No, the constabulary in Luciana has not been doing a great job on that case.
Sure.
So, it's all you've heard that there's been a spate of killings, many of them high profile, and there is yet to be any suspects. That's
Xander.
Yeah.
Xander's going to trace the pattern with his fingers,
Okay.
and he's going to ask Zu'lin to make a sketch since he has a notebook.
Sure. Yeah, it's kind of a jagged circle, I guess is the best way to put it. But that could just be from like ineptitude from the carver.
Sure.
But again, done post-mortem, and yeah, sort of in the center stomach area.
Yeah, so Zu'lin will
Slight-
copy that.
We'll say like just below the navel.
So Zu'lin will copy that into his notebook.
Okay.
Let's see. Do we notice anything else at all? Oh, also, can I do an Arcana too, just in case? Or is it just
Absolutely.
It's really just
Yeah.
a circle? Or
It's like
best
it's
circle?
just a circle. You don't notice any arcane runes of any kind on it.
Okay.
So if it was magical in nature, then it's a really bad job. If it was magical, because you don't see anything in there that comes
Sure.
close to a magical symbol. It could be of religious significance, but it really is not well done.
Question for you.
Hmm.
Do the clothes on the inside have any sort of, or on the outside, any sort of markings that indicate some kind of jagged instrument brushed up against them, or was it clear that this was just against the skin?
It looks like this was just against the skin.
Okay.
The clothes don't show any signs of damage or anything like that, nor do you find any kind of like sharp objects like stuck inside the clothes.
Sure.
So you doubt this was like an accidental injury.
And that was the only markings we found on the body?
Correct. So going up just slightly above that, you can try to extract liquid from the stomach.
Yeah.
And when you do, you are able to find some red liquid that is not blood. It appears to be wine of some kind.
Okay. Oh, also, was there anything different about or notable, I'd say, about the viscosity or look of the wine in the barrel?
No. The wine in the barrel to your... Well, there's two barrels. So the wine in the barrel to your left, the one that's standing up that has its lid off, appears perfectly normal. The one that is in the broken barrel on the ground is also dirty, but it looks to be normal. The viscosity looks the same in both. They are different based on the printing on the barrels. There's like a sort of a branding that has happened. Like basically they would brand these barrels. They are listed from different wineries and they have different dates on them.
Okay. What different... Where these each come from?
A couple of different wineries, both of them Burgosian in vintage. They would have been from, let's see, actually, they would have been from the town of Saraibo. Saraibo. Well, one of them is. The other one is actually from a Pinterest winery.
Ooh, which one is the Pinterest one?
The one that is smashed.
Okay.
Okay.
So ribonucleic acids.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and it does appear that all of the wine barrels are labeled with brands. So like, when they're finished, the name of the winery and like a little symbol or whatever from each winery is like burned onto the outside of the wood, just as a cheap way to mark them.
Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
No, you first.
I would also like to inspect the fingernails, see if there's any skin underneath them, any like signs of resistance.
Yeah, good place to look. Nothing. They look completely clean and normal.
And there's no like scratch marks or anything on the barrel.
No sign of there's no sign of struggle aside from like a broken barrel. But there's no sign of injury or struggle upon the person or anything else in this area. So the only damaged object is the broken barrel and then the dead body.
Okay.
My question was about the partial symbol that we found on the piece of paper. Does it match anything down here in the basement?
No, that appears to be a different symbol entirely. It's like it was like of a gold embossed sort of series of grapevines, and then a word and then a number, but the word and the number were illegible.
Okay.
They were too far damaged by the wine.
I'm unsure what the marking is. Is there anything else you'd like to check on the body?
Mm-hmm. So you did kind of deduce that you think it was a wine label.
Mm-hmm.
But you do note that the barrels down here are not labeled that way.
Mm-hmm.
They're branded.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any like racks with bottles down here?
There are racks with bottles.
Okay.
They are not exactly close to you per se, but looking around, you're able to go over and find a rack of wine bottles, and they have similar labels on them, but none of them have the same gold embossed branding. So it does appear that if this was in fact a wine bottle label, it was a unique bottle that was here.
Okay. And are there any like spots that are conspicuously missing bottles or anything like that?
Yes, actually, on the wine rack, on the top center, there is a gap.
Okay.
Top
So
shelf wine.
it's high enough that it would have been like in a somewhat hard to reach spot. Like it would have been sort of in a place of prominence.
Okay. Sure. I'm just gonna reach in and see if there's anything there just in case.
Okay, you reach up and the alcove is empty.
Cool.
So it does seem like there was a bottle there.
Mm-hmm.
That is now missing.
Xander will return and tell Zu'lin, I believe that the piece of paper perhaps fell from a bottle that was maybe taken from the alcove with those wine bottles over there. But in terms of the body, he's going to very just clinically take off all of her clothes just to make sure that there are no markings in hard to see places like under her feet and stuff like that. And then once that has been determined to not be the case, he will very respectfully put them back on her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no other symbols or injuries or markings that you can find.
You seem to be more of an expert on chemicals and the internal workings of the body. Is there anything that I can do to assist you?
I only need to analyze the liquids that we have obtained. I think we've gathered everything we need from the corpse.
Excellent.
Oh, though, and Zu'lin's going to open up the mouth and stick a finger in the throat to see if there's anything lodged in it, just because Louie had wanted to have that checked.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, there does not appear to be anything in the throat of this person. Yeah, they do have, like I said, have a strong smell of wine on their head and hair, but that's about it. So there's sort of like a puddle of wine around their head. There's a nearby also puddle of wine from the busted cask.
Okay. And also there's no like burning or anything in the esophagus that I can see. Correct?
Not really, no. I mean,
Okay.
the poison did affect them, but you might see a little bit of inflammation possibly from this, because you think it was like an ingested poison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Zu'lin?
No, I think that's it. Let's regroup with the others.
Okay. Xander will take the body, turn it over so she's on her back, and then very carefully lay her hands over her chest, put his hand on her forehead, and he's just gonna like close his eyes and murmur a few words very quietly over her, and then he'll get up and head back.
Okay. So the two of you head back up to the first floor.
Yep.
And yeah. As you make your way back into the first floor, what would you like to do?
Well, I will go to my alchemy station and start work on analyzing this liquid.
What the actual fuck?
Yeah. You see Louie berating Stavik.
And Valentino's over here interrogating the others, the fanciest folks.
Bastion seems to be having a conversation with this purple-haired elf.
Yeah,
He's like putting on some charm.
I imagine he is. Keep your finger worked after the investigation is done, my friend.
Oh, my friend, and I'm talking to Xander in this case. Perhaps Mary would have more information about that bottle that you saw absent.
Perhaps.
And Zu'lin will make his way to the alchemy station. And do you want me to do another alchemy check?
Yeah. Go ahead and make another alchemy check. This is to analyze the what you pumped out of Tessa's stomach, and then also the samples you gathered from the barrel.
That is a nat 20.
Damn,
Okay.
girl.
Hell yeah.
All right, Zu'lin, good job. So, you managed to determine pretty quick that the sample you picked out from the barrel of open wine had trace elements of this poison in it. Very, very small percentage amount compared to the amount that you find in Tessa's stomach. So that wine sample was much, much more toxic than the wine in the barrel. In that one, you did find presence of that poison as well, but it was minuscule.
Okay. So it's most likely that she probably drank from that one bottle,
Mm-hmm.
and then parts of that went into the casket. All right. I will regroup with Xander and share this information in
Okay.
hushed tones.
You got it.
Okay. Yep.
And that's, and I've always been a fan of the arts, because, who doesn't love, a really good play, right? You know? And I'm sure you'd look great on stage,
So glad I can't hear this.
to which this actress is going to roll her eyes and just try to wish this to be over with every fiber of her being.
It looks as though Xander and Zu'lin have finished their sing. Let's go. Let us go talk to them.
Oh, avoid the conversation. Cool.
Miri is just standing behind the bar, like wiping her eyes and like crying softly.
Louie's gonna actually just kind of go over. Oh no, he can't go over the bar. Okay, he'll go around the bar to her.
Sorry.
Hey, are you okay?
If you ever run into a wall, you can just ask. It's fine. It
No,
usually
it's
just means that
fine.
you need to
He
make a
can't
check
jump
to, like, vault it.
anyways.
Okay. So Louie, you circle the bar and you go over standing next to Miri. She sees your approach and she kind of like takes a deep breath and wipes her eyes one last time, tries to compose herself.
No, it's okay. You don't
I'm
have
sorry.
to. It's okay to feel whatever you're feeling.
I'm trying to be strong. It's just it keeps hitting me that she won't be there anymore.
I'm never quite sure what to say at a time like this, but I'm so sorry, Miri. I'm also sorry everyone keeps saying your name wrong.
It's fine. Some people mishear me and they call me Mary. It's okay.
It's really weird.
It's weird. I mean, it's not even really my name. It's more of a nickname. Like, my actual name is Esmeralda, but, I mean, that's just a mouthful.
It's
And that's
pretty.
when Tessa called me Miri. She didn't like long names.
And I didn't like good parts.
Oh shit! God damn!
You see that
keep
dog
coming.
shit part over there? Oof, I'm gonna make her my wife.
I'm gonna miss that dog shit singing. That just absolute bottom tier
Maybe-
garbage.
Maybe Esmeralda was tone deaf. You ever think of that?
She was just in love.
Yeah, you become tone
They're
deaf when
pretty
you're in
similar.
love.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, pretty much.
Louis looks like his hands keep reaching out to like comfort her, but he keeps his hands to himself at all times. Do you want to go somewhere else so that you can breathe?
I just want this to be solved.
We'll figure it
What
out.
can I do to help?
Louis looks over his shoulder to Xander. That's a really good question.
Well, we have discovered some information, and I will let Zu'lin explain that. But I think one thing that you could help with is, and he will produce the piece of paper with the very, very faded symbol on it for her. Do you recognize this symbol and what vintage this might have been?
She takes the piece of paper from you and kind of traces her fingers across the gold embossed grapevine picture, and she says, I know this. This is a wine label. This is a wedding present that we got.
From who?
This was a bottle of Renalatois 681. It's incredibly rare and expensive. We promised to never drink it. At least not until... She shrugs. Well... Why... What happened?
Can you answer who gave it to you first, please?
She thinks about it for a moment, as if she's not quite able to recall who gave every single gift on her wedding. But she thinks about it for a moment. She says, it was... Oh. I know who this was. And she suddenly, like, looks a little bit scared. She turns slowly and says, This was from the priesthood of Shamish. And she looks at Mansant. What did you do?
He was looking for beans, apparently.
Mensant,
someone
like-
the beans.
Like, Mansant, like, looks to Miri and looks at the rest of you, and he says, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, that was years ago. I gave a bottle of wine on your wedding day. What? I don't understand.
I want to flip over there and draw my rapier.
Wait,
Choose your words carefully, lest you meet trouble.
Wait, can I do it, guys? Can I do it?
no,
Bastion, like,
not
runs
yet.
up.
Not yet.
But guys,
We're almost there.
And Louie raises his hand. I have a spell.
what? Wow. What do you mean? I didn't.
No,
just-
it's fine. If you tell the truth, it won't hurt you.
What? I gave a bottle of wine. It was a gift. The priesthood of Shamish took up a collection, and it was meant to be.
You were seeming quite nervous about the idea of only being harmed if you're not telling the truth. I
Right.
don't understand why.
Look,
I don't-
it's
I don't
fine.
much care for people using magics because I don't trust them.
It's just a
one.
spell called interrogation. And Louie pulls out his book and flips open a page.
Okay.
Oh shit.
If you're telling the truth, it's fine. Just let me cast the spell. All right?
I'm not sure I like where this is going. I gave a wedding gift. It was an expensive one at that.
That's fine. I just want to see if anyone tampered with it. And if it's not you, which you say it isn't, and Louie reaches out to touch him, and he moves to his forehead and lightly taps, and a little, like, ice butterfly floats off from his tapped area, and he casts interrogation on the man.
Okay. I'm assuming he gets some sort of saving throw?
Fortitude save DC 16.
Okay. You may ask one question.
Did you give poisoned wine to these people?
He he looks to Miri, and he looks back to Louie. Of course not. Ah! And he grabs his head as a slash sort of appears across his forehead.
That is unfortunate.
Now, bro.
I can do it.
Yes.
Holy shit! Jacques!
Hold on.
Then he points to the priest, screaming Jacques. Durant pulls a weapon from his side and, like, steps right up to the priest and puts it to his neck.
Oh,
You bastard!
wait.
Now, my friend, I promised I would deliver justice, and another murder in cold blood is not justice.
Miri is just, like, beside herself, and she's like, we've known you for years. Why? And he looks over at Miri, and he looks at Durant, and he looks at everyone around him, and he's just, like, gritting his teeth as he has a lot of blood running down his forehead into his eyes and face. It's nothing. It's nothing personal. It's just that, well, this is good land, and you weren't going to have any heirs, and I figured if the two of you passed, well, you'd already willed the land to the church. Could have made a killing on a toll bridge, but your family always kept these bridges free. Do you even understand how much money could be made off this place?
Monster.
But the
Cool.
knife wasn't you, was it?
What? I mean,
And
I went down. Yeah, I mean, look. Yes, I tried to make it look like. I tried to hide the bottle, okay? And besides, it's easy enough to pin it on this idiot, he says, nodding toward Durant.
You really don't want to do that to someone who has a fucking blade to your throat, dude.
Or was it supposed to be a D? That could be it.
Zu'lin, what are you talking about?
There was a carved symbol of sorts, and he'll open up his book to the image he drew, which is indecipherable to you.
Yeah, it just looks like a fucking scribble on a page. It's meaningless, utterly.
It is okay.
The two Durant and Mensant look at it, and they don't understand what you're showing them.
Also, I don't think if Xander looks at it, I don't think it looks anything like. You'll also notice that the other writing that's in the book is also indecipherable.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Xander is going to nod. And then he's going to describe the symbol.
Okay. You do your best to describe the symbol with your words, to which both these people are just, again, utterly confused about.
Mm-hmm.
Mensant will say that, yes, he slit the throat to make it look like a violent attack because he knew that Durant would hound her from time to time to leave Miri and to get with him, and it would be easy enough to pin this on as a crime of passion.
I would
Which is
like
why
to.
He hid the wine.
But he doesn't know anything about the carving. Sense motive.
I kind of want to go down to see this carving.
He says he's never seen it before. He's never heard of such a thing, and he had no reason to do that. Why would he have?
When
It
Xander
is-
mentioned that carving, could he do a perception check to see if anybody else in the room reacted to that?
Yeah, but make it blind, please.
Of course.
You looked around the room, but it looked like no one made any kind of. No, there were no facial tics from anyone around you.
Sure.
Bastion in the back grinning evilly and wringing his hands.
I would like to go see this symbol if that's okay. You seem to have this covered.
Zu'lin will hand the lantern to Stavik as he goes down.
Hey, someone go
Thank
with
you.
him.
Oh, I suppose I could go with. Please ensure that he remains safe. We could interrogate him later in case there is another culprit involved, and we'll
Indeed.
follow Stavik.
I think
Durant,
may-
he still has a weapon out. Yeah, he has a small knife out. Rather than stabbing Mensant, he's just going to deck him with the hilt of the blade across his temple, knocking him to the floor and unconscious.
Okay, I'll step back then. I imagine I had my blade to his back. Like, whoa.
He deserves worse than that.
Perhaps.
And Durant will walk away and sit at a far table.
It's commendable to show mercy.
Sometimes. Actually, yes, I would agree. However, I don't take much stock in authorities, so I will leave it to Mary. What do we do with this one? What do you wish done with him?
I just don't understand. Why would she have opened that bottle by herself? Why would she have drank that bottle tonight? It doesn't...
I don't know.
Don't
He's
understand.
asleep, so.
Exactly. There's a lot of elements here that don't make sense, and I'm inclined to have everybody reveal the contents of their pockets and
Okay.
bags just in case.
Um,
Not all of you.
Louie's just already ready, like taking his book out.
All right.
I'm sitting
puts
here
it
like, I
back,
gotta
maybe?
actually just figure out.
He holds out his book to Xander, but has a hand on the top of it.
I appreciate it, but individuals who might know this place a little bit more intimately, and those who we haven't had a chance to talk to perhaps as thoroughly. He's going to say, looking at that table in the back.
You see that the noble lady, at least, is watching you all with a bit more interest than before. Like this is suddenly becoming an entertainment.
Fucking nobles.
All right, that's what I've been saying.
Finally enjoying the show, are you?
To be honest, actually, yes. I didn't expect it, but it does seem like all of you seem to know what you're doing when it comes to this sort of thing. Which,
I don't.
I'm from Louisiana, so let me tell you, it's been annoying to say the least at how ineffective the local constabulary has been in tracking down that killer.
We have no constables.
That gives me an interesting idea. And an interesting angle. How would you all like to make a lot of money? And perhaps become famous? Or at least help me become more famous? But mostly the money.
I'm not interested.
Well, then you're wasting your talents. There's a serial killer on the loose in Louisiana, and I think all of you have perhaps what it takes to catch them.
I mean, we haven't even figured out this case yet. Not that it is a
Indeed.
case, it's just a tragedy.
I mean, it seems like you have your culprit right there, and she gestures toward the unconscious man.
And yet there are still mysteries remaining. But they will be uncovered. I have no need for wealth or fame. I am abundant in both. But
Of course you are.
there is a killer on the loose. Perhaps a brief time to protect the innocent isn't the order.
Also, so Zu'lin also will show the symbol haphazardly etched on the stomach.
Okay.
Please.
So yeah,
And Xander will explain what it actually looks like.
yeah. So Stavik and Zu'lin, you guys go back into the basement. Stavik, you're able to take a look at the symbol. It does look kind of like a weird jaggedy circle, but it's very poorly carved.
Can I do a knowledge religion on that?
Yeah, you can make a knowledge religion on it, sure. It just kind of looks like a circle, though, like a jaggedy circle. So it's just sort of hard to tell what it was meant to be because it was done after the person died, so like it's just sort of
Right.
like just kind of went in there, with like maybe like a knife or something sharp, and
Can
just kind
I-
of cut it up.
Can I sense motive and see if it actually is a circle? I don't trust it.
You don't trust that. You don't trust that
Oh.
that thing claiming to be a circle. Yeah, Stavik, you really have no idea what it is. If
Mm.
it is meant to have religious significance, it's beyond you.
Damn. Well, I was hoping it might be something, but
Well, we could at least see if the individual has a knife on them. Once again, I still would assume that there's multiple culprits, but
why would they carve a symbol into their belly? It just
it
it
does
makes
seem
no sense.
it seems to draw even more attention to the crime itself. Once again, we'll have to interrogate him later.
This poor child.
Yes, a true shame. Zu'lin will say as shuffling away.
Well,
He'll just look around a little bit.
I'd like to do investigate the area. See if we know there was the knife.
Mhm.
Like to do a really thorough investigation of see if there's a knife in the area.
Sure. Yeah, you search the area. You find no knives of any kind.
No blood drips or anything.
No
anywhere
blood
else.
drips. No knives. There's
Or no.
the area is
bottles across the
surprisingly
throat.
clean of other clues.
Sterile. Damn.
No blue paw marks anywhere.
Yeah. So there was the only thing that was found was there was a label of a wine bottle that was floating in the open barrel.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's that.
damn. Then
So is Mansan still on the ground here?
Yeah, he's been knocked unconscious.
I'd like to pick through, see if I can find any knives or
Sure.
any
He
stuff
does.
on him at all?
Yeah, he does have a knife on him. It looks like it was cleaned recently. It's a clean knife. But yeah, he
Okay.
does. I mean, he's a traveler, so he has like a road kit, and it does have knife. It has a cooking knife in it.
Okay.
So a knife designed to slice flesh.
Question.
Uh huh.
It is not a jagged edge, though, is it?
No, it's a well sharpened and cared for knife.
Okay.
Any other trinkets on him?
I mean, nothing of particular interest.
No,
Just
no
a
gold.
traveling kit, priest vestments, and various priestly gear and other accoutrements.
He was in the kitchen. I'd like to go into the kitchen and
There's a
search the.
there's a kettle of stew hanging over the fire, but that's everything else seems pretty much in its place.
I'd like to
What's
get
in
the
the stew?
soup spoon and like
You want to
churn
taste
up the stew. No, I do not.
it? Okay.
Hmm.
You,
Any
you
No,
bottles
sure?
over there?
you know what? You know what? He's gonna take out a ladle,
Okay.
get a bowl. He's
Uh-huh.
gonna bring it out to Zu'lin.
Okay. You bring a bowl of the stew out to Zu'lin.
Zu-
There's already a bowl
Zu'lin-
of stew on the on the bar
Yeah, but
that,
that
was
one
brought
was
to
cold.
Zu'lin earlier. That
This
one
one-
is
that one was
cold.
cold.
You're right.
So,
You're
Poison
correct.
only works if it's warm.
Yeah.
That's true.
Mhm.
huh?
Very clever.
Zu'lin,
I
Clever,
think
but-
you can only tell if it's people meat if it's warm.
Yeah.
Ah.
That
Could-
temperature
is,
dependent poison.
would you be able to check to see if there's anything in the soup?
I could. There's a lot more particles in this, but give me time and I might be able to derive something. No promises, though.
This is going to be a bit harder, but
Mhm.
you're able to try if you like. Take another
But-
craft alchemy.
Please see if there's any bottles of opened wine in the kitchen, please.
He will go back to the kitchen and search for any bottles of wine because we haven't found the bottle of wine yet.
No,
Can I
there-
stir up the soup and see if there's a bottle of wine in the bottom of it?
No, there's no bottle of wine in the soup. There is wine in the kitchen, but it is specifically cooking wine. So it's in these
Nothing missing a
larger
label.
it's in these larger bottles. I mean, they're cooking wine, so they're in like bigger, almost like industrial bottles. They're not. It's not good stuff in them. They're not meant to be drank on their own.
And nothing in the trash. Okay.
Also, did he have any gold on him?
Yeah, I was gonna wait for
Rob
that
the
one, but
fucker.
I was gonna go through his pockets while he's unconscious.
Does he have any gold on him? I mean, he's carrying, like he has a little bit of
He's
money on him.
Seamus.
He's a Shamish priest, yeah, so he has a little bit of money on him for sure.
How much exactly? Like, if I wanted to like input something
If
onto
you wanted to
my...
if I wanted to like rob this man, like how
Look,
much
I'm
money would
not
I get?
ashamed. It wasn't even funny to me when I said it aloud. All right.
But you tried, and that's what's important.
Yeah. Do I have to sleight of hand this guy? I've already made this assessment.
So
already.
you want to rob him? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, fuck this dude.
All right.
Even if he didn't do anything, he could stand to have a little bit of a lighter purse, give him some perspective on life after that
Sure.
outburst.
Valentino, you take his purse, and it's
Wait,
got
I'm
like.
taking his purse.
All right, you fine, Zu'lin, you take his purse. It's got 29 gold in it.
Okay. Well, I was waiting to speak until you're done with your investigation, for sure.
But I was literally just stripping
I
him
was
of all
over
his
here.
items.
Oh, maybe you're downstairs.
And you didn't find a bottle of wine on him?
Yep, the bottle of wine.
Oh, you want to steal
God,
before I
where
get
the
up
hell
here?
is this wine?
That
No, I
was
just
my
want to figure out
intention.
what this fucking wine
I mean,
is.
I'll give you half of it when you get up. I'll just be like, "You want some?"
I'm gonna go over and attempt a alchemy check.
You got it. I'll take one alchemy check to test that stew.
Alrighty.
As
All right, that is a 29 plus 1 because of the alchemy station, so that'd be a 30.
damn
A
girl.
30.
Shit. Hell yeah.
All right.
Pop off.
Yeah, all right. So with that out of the way, you take about 10 minutes, and you manage to isolate no dangerous compounds within the stew.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
clean
the
to
stew
eat.
is now cold too.
Well, it's also denatured. You wouldn't want to eat. I mean, it's
Yeah, it's true.
not good to
Yeah.
eat anymore.
As this
So is
very
this soup-
tall man said, could you please all empty your pockets?
All right, that's what got me thinking about these. Speaking
Are
of
you
which,
you're asking that of Penelope, Tovers, and Lady Kasara?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think we shall be doing that.
Okay.
After I finish with that, I'd like to go over to Valentino.
yeah, I'm gonna give the money that I took off this guy to Miri.
She takes the gold and just like her hands are shaking.
It's the latest compensation. It'll hurt him more than it helps you, I think.
Valentino,
She
and I
just puts it in a pocket and just doesn't say anything.
Zu'lin will whisper to Valentino. Valentino, could you please check the upstairs and see if there's any wine bottles potentially or any evidence?
You can count on me.
At that point, Xander is going to speak up. My lady, while I completely understand your reticence in this matter, you did just ask whether we would be interested in taking on the case of a serial murderer, and it would be a great lapse in sense to not ask you to do that. We would not be investigators. I would not be an investigator if I didn't ask you to do that in the first place.
She says nothing. Tovers, again, just kind of clears his throat. As I said, that will not be happening. The lady's personage is inviolable.
Is your personage similarly inviolable?
I am at her discretion if she so chooses. And he looks to Lady Kasara, who is just going to kind of look at you with a frown, indicating that she is not interested in cooperating.
Louie turns to Penelope. Miss?
Penelope looks at you and says, "What?"
Oh, God, just empty your pocket.
Wow.
She takes out a few things, places them onto the table, and it's just like some traveling coins and a knife.
The knife.
Is it jagged?
Not particularly.
Okay.
It's like I wouldn't say a knife. It's actually a proper dagger. It is a combat weapon.
Wow, look how easy that was.
It's for self-defense, okay?
Whatever. He goes back to looking at the nobles. See how easy it is to work with someone?
I believe you must understand the lady's reticence. It is simply untoward to ask such things of people of standing.
I don't really give a rat's ass about your standing. Whatever. Louie walks away.
Xander will turn to the lady and say, "I'm considering it." And then he'll walk away too.
Stavik is going to go behind the counter,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to search for both the bottle in all the different bottles that are emptied out and such,
Uh-huh.
and he's also going to look for a knife. For a knife that they seem to be searching for a jagged knife.
Yeah, you don't see any. There are no open bottles of wine behind the counter.
Okay.
Nor do you find any jagged or rough instruments for cutting. There is like a paring knife for like slicing fruits as garnish.
Huh.
And a few other things like that. Like there's plenty of utensils back there. Many of them are knife or knife adjacent, but nothing that really matches what you'd be looking for.
Do I notice anything that matches the round shapeness of the symbol that was on the
No.
okay.
Not behind the bar, no.
Okay.
And what did our angriest friend's weapon look like when he was pointing it at Vincent?
It was, in that case, that was a well-worn travel dagger, basically. So again, a weapon of combat,
Cool.
but one that he'd been using for some time based on the wear and tear on the item. It's like the handle, like the hilt was very smoothed, the grip was smoothed. The blade looked a little on the old side, maybe. Likely he'd been using it as a hunting implement for a while for like cleaning kills in the field.
Sure.
So I was upstairs looking for bottles of wine, correct? To see if there's any that matched it.
Yeah, no, the upstairs is pretty clean.
Okay.
God, where's this fucking bottle? Oh, that's gonna kill me. Oh.
It
I mean, it could.
just to let you know, it is here. I did not forget about the bottle. It is in this building.
Okay.
You just haven't found it yet.
I would like to search the stage.
Okay.
Um,
You head over to the stage, and you find the area is this raised platform. There's 2 staircases going up to it, on one on either side. It's of simple wooden construction. There's really nothing all that interesting or spectacular about it. It's currently empty. There's some scuff marks where Tessa kept tripping.
Oh.
Has anyone looked through these crates in this alcove? And if not, may I do so?
Yeah, you're welcome to check those. That's fine.
can
you
I have
look in, and
dancing
there's-
lights back on, by the way?
They're like cleaning supplies, you think.
I see.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm-
they're like cleaning and random other. It's like a supply closet, basically.
I'm gonna just start checking all the rooms, I guess.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
You take your time and check the rooms. Many of them are vacant, and currently like tucked in and clean and ready for new people to check in and use them. You look through them, and some of them have desks and drawers and chests and dressers and things, but all of them are currently empty. The
Xander.
common room has a foot locker with each bed. All of them are currently empty and open.
Stavik, you said something?
Yes. There is one person, and I hate to even think of this. There's one person that we have not asked to turn out their pockets.
This is indeed correct.
I think it uncouth, but it would be irresponsible to not consider the possibility.
This is true. She's not going anywhere, so we can keep looking for a little bit longer.
Mm.
And if nothing else turns up, then we do what we must.
Nothing by the stage or any of the rooms in the east wing.
Have we checked the kitchen?
I think
Bags of
Stavik did.
beans.
I've checked the kitchen. I did not check the fireplace.
Excuse me? And Louie will approach the Duran man.
The hunter turns and looks.
Duran.
My name's Durant. I'm a local hunter. Okay, I grew up nearby here. There's a small village. It's my home. What do you need?
I'm not accusing you. I'm just going through a checklist, pretty much. Can you empty out your pockets real quick for me?
Fine.
I don't.
He goes through his things and sets all of his stuff down. He does appear to have like hunting gear on him, various tools for survival and camping. He's got like flint and steel. He's got a dagger, a couple of different skinning knives, a sharpening kit, things like that. A little sheaf of arrows that he has like stashed against the wall with his sword and bow. But yeah, aside from that, it all looks pretty standard traveling and like hunting and survival stuff. Look, I don't want you to get the wrong impression, but I did have an argument with Tessa before all this happened, okay?
About what?
About everything, about life, about like how I thought she was making a mistake, okay?
Yeah, normally, people who are guilty don't actually give that information. I would like to sense
So-
motive him just in case.
Yeah, go for it. I just hated that the last thing that I said to her was that
For sure, select.
Woof.
so he
Who
he
checked?
seems to be kind of like pouring his soul out
Mhm.
to Louie a little bit, or at least releasing any guilt he feels about the
Yeah.
situation. But he does seem to be telling the truth that he went into the basement when he went down to gather the barrel of ale. He found Tessa down there, like, basically like struggling with one of them.
Yeah.
He got into he talked to her. He brought up the fact that he thought that she needed a man in her life. And then she got a little bit upset about that, and the two of them had an argument. and he said that he felt he would be, a better match to her. And
Was it
after
too late
that,
to kill him?
after that,
Right.
he left.
Same.
All right. Okay. Is there anything really weird that you saw while you were down there with her?
I mean, she seemed really upset, I guess.
Before you
I
went
know
down?
No, I mean, like, after the argument.
Oh, okay.
Like, when I left, I think I definitely said some things I shouldn't have. And, yeah, she's gone now. And this is so messed up.
Yeah. Do you know anything about those nobles?
I mean, they got here, like, earlier in the day, and they were waiting out the rain because, nobles melt in the rain or something, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So I figured they were just waiting out the storm, and then they were going to go on to wherever it was they were going.
All right.
But-
Thank you. And I'm so sorry.
I was just worried that this is all my fault somehow.
Let's figure out the rest of this terrible tragedy first, okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
And Louie, goes to pat his arm and then just recoils his hand back and just puts it at his side and walks away.
So
Xander
of them.
was going to check out the bathroom and then
Okay.
the door to the outside in the kitchen.
Sure. The door to the outside into the kitchen has been locked from the inside. That was done by Louie earlier. You can unlock it if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm gonna unlock it and just peer outside just in case.
You unlock it, peek outside, and you find the edge of the island right there. So there's this side kitchen entrance to the building.
Okay. He's gonna return.
Okay.
After seeing that. And is there anything in the bathroom?
The one that you had that meeting in earlier, there's nothing
Yes.
of note. Just a couple of tubs and a bunch of smaller buckets.
Do you, by any chance, have any more of those interrogation spells?
Well, it was well used.
I mean, you could always try to wake up Mansant and ask him
Yeah.
if you're ready to throw in the towel.
It's always nice when I ask. As long as he doesn't check his pouch, that should be fine. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
To whom is Louis looking?
yes.
Yep. I think that is the
Oh,
fortunate
these are best
I-
option.
result.
If it makes a difference, do it. But what's done is done. Whether it was an accident or not, the man gave us a poison bottle. Sure. And she reaches into her gear and she turns out her equipment onto the bar, and it's kind of the stuff you would expect a bartender to have.
Okay.
So there's like a
Nothing-
corkscrew, a couple of knives, spoon, a little shaker thing.
Serrated hook with some blood on it.
Yeah. No, all of it is fairly standard fare for a barkeep.
Okay.
She does have one dagger that she keeps on her leg for personal defense, but that's about it.
There we go. No bottle. It's just really weird that we don't know where it is.
And Xander already checked inside that one cask, right?
Xander reached down into it and then found the label floating in the middle of it. but it's a pretty big cask.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Then in
Whoops.
that case,
Because I would just like stir that up.
You want to just like
Just
knock it
tip it
over?
over.
Yeah,
I was
Yeah,
gonna
it's
just mage
full of
hand into it
poison.
actually.
it
Yeah,
is
nobody's
full of
gonna want
poison.
it.
Yeah, if you go down the basement and just kick over the cask, in the bottom, like that it's settled to the bottom of the cask, is a lot of glass shards.
Yeah, there it is.
Hmm.
So
Any
it
other
looks
weapons?
like the bottle was tossed into there, like the shards were picked up and put into that barrel, and then the lid was just affixed poorly.
Zu'lin,
Yes.
were you able to detect any traces of blood in the wine in this cask? Out of curiosity.
I did not actually search for that. It would be quite hard to derive on my part. It would most likely take a few days for the proteins to, or my apologies, the bacteria to form that would show me the presence of blood.
Understood. My current theory is that it was perhaps jagged shards of glass that made the markings on the abdomen, but I don't understand exactly.
Perhaps she reached for the bottom of the barrel. Had to lean over the lip.
Feels like there's too much intention in the markings.
It
And
would
she was already
also have-
dead.
It would have pierced her clothing if it was self-inflicted in that way.
Indeed.
Yeah, and the cutting did appear to be post-mortem.
Yeah.
Right. That's right.
Also, the cutting seemed to be.
Yeah.
I just.
I see. We could wake them up and say that give us the whole
He already
story.
said he didn't do it. Neither him nor Durant seemed to know what it was.
Indeed.
I don't understand. I don't have the spells to deal with this. Sorry.
You don't have anything to apologize for. You have been a great asset thus far. And I trust in your ability with or without spells.
So Miri will look to the party and say, "So, did you find out what would have caused Tessa to drink?"
No.
Fight. Did she drink when she had arguments? Like, did she get riled up sometimes and then drink after?
It was her main way of blowing off stress, yeah.
She had a fight with someone earlier.
Oh.
And maybe...
We argued a little bit about the price of sugar, but I didn't think it was enough to upset her that badly.
Louis shaking his head as if saying it wasn't you, I don't think.
See. So someone got into an argument with her and she picked a bottle at random and it happened to be poisoned.
Yeah.
So this was all just an accident.
I mean, not completely. He gestures towards the priest.
I mean, I
And-
guess it is kind of still attempted and actual
That's still murder.
murder.
And to
More
cover
murder
up
than enemy.
afterwards.
It's true. He did slit her throat after.
She takes a deep breath. Thank you for finding this out. I would have never I've known him for years. Since before I married Tessa.
Sometimes the people that you trust the most hurt you the most.
I think I need to sleep.
What would you like done with
Could
him?
you
I'm not sure that
could you tie him up or something? I can
Absolutely.
have Durant take him back to town and tomorrow, and we'll throw him in irons or something.
Is anyone able to do that? I'm not really good at tying anything.
Of course. He's gonna roll.
Bastion's like, oh man, yeah, like I know like a bunch of different knots. Valentino, do you have a rope on you?
You got a rope on you?
He like starts patting his pockets. Shit, no, I don't. Do you have rope? And Miri's like, yes, I have rope. There's some in the supplies over there. And Bastion will rush off, grab the rope, come back, and work with Valentino and cleverly tie this man up to where he will not be able to move.
Really overdo it. Tie up big a knot so that like all of his fingers can't move individually.
Way overkill. Yeah.
He's just a ball. It's like a monkey's paw.
So you manage
Gordian
to effectively catch the killer, and Miri is exhausted and is going to try to get some kind of rest after all this is said and done. And with that, the first case is officially closed, as you have kind of figured out the whodunit. As your group sort of, as this sort of sinks in, once the man is taken into once he's put in ropes and put somewhere safe, you all are able to take a little bit of time and talk with each other, and we'll get to that next time. So
See you guys next week.
thank you so much. Check you
See
soon.
everyone.
Thanks for listening. As always, special thanks to William Succi and Andreas Pichler for the intro and outro themes, and Emily Roll for Fantasy for this episode soundtrack. Interested in following us on social media? Follow us on Twitter at CheckPleaseDND. Or want to support the podcast and be part of the Czech Republic? Go to our Patreon under the Czech Republic. Until next time.